Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a good day. It's been a pretty nice week here, although it is, we are now covered in snow and snowing more, so, yeah. But, hope everyone is doing well. We get to start today with a math pesto puzzle, which I'll talk about in a second. This is our voted on puzzle. So I'm looking forward to it. The premise is very cute. I've been trying to set a yin-yang puzzle this week, and I learned a thing I had not previously known about yin-yangs. So if you are interested in yin-yang puzzles, I'll summarize it for you briefly. So if I try to do this, if I do this, this grid is already unfillable. There is a weird parity thing going on the border of yin-yangs, where there's a certain odd-even condition that is lurking at the back of everything going on with yin-yangs that tells you that you can't have exactly two things like this. I'm not fixing the frame because I'm not going to stick in F puzzles, Tristan. I can redo the filter, but I already just redid it. But I'll redo the filter again. Alrighty, let's try that. Let's see. Tristan says this frame is also wrong. Oh, I can fix it slightly, I suppose. Like that's a little better. Okay. But yeah, so this is a super weird thing to me. But the proof is very cool, and so if you want to discover it for yourself, I won't say exactly what it is, but I will tell you that the point is to note that because of the way yin-yang works, you get two loops out of a yin-yang, which are the boundary of the yellow region and the boundary of the green region. And what the yin-yang rule tells you is something about which nodes are visited by those loops. And so if you want to prove this or variations of it, what you have to figure out is, okay, what does it mean that these loops have to have a certain number of nodes that they visit? And so how many things can they not visit, and exactly how does that work? And that all works out in a very cool and nifty way. I can say more about it if people get curious or whatever. I think it is a very awesome proof that I would never have thought of. The unfortunate way I discovered this is that I was setting a puzzle where my first clue forced this. The first clue I placed, and then I kept breaking it towards the end of the puzzle when I had all of the sweet logic in it that was very, very close to working. And then I was like, every time I do this, I end up with one 2x2 at the very end. And it turns out that what the proof actually tells you is that there's always going to be an odd number of 2x2s at the end. And so I was like, something must be going on. And thankfully, my pencil puzzle expert that I know, KNT, I messaged and was like, okay, KNT, do you have any idea what's going on? Because it was like, I thought it was like, it had to be something from later in the puzzle, but KNT took one look at the grid and was like, yeah, that has no solutions because of the border. So very interesting additional weird global things that happen with yin-yang puzzles beyond the usual weird global things that happen with yin-yang puzzles. So anyway, I thought I would share that just because it's cool. And anyone who sets, I'm sure, has had experiences not too unlike this before. Alrighty, so next up, so we're going to start with this math pesto puzzle. So if you're new around here, the people who support the channel at the windmill level or above, they get to vote for what puzzle I will do at the start of each stream. So I always just start with whatever stream out of the list of puzzles that I have sort of nominated that I want to do eventually. They vote for whichever one they want to see. So this is the puzzle that got the most votes. So this time this was voted for by Woofer, Ken, Doomdiat, Luda, Russ, Chili, Derek, Eric, and David. Thank you all for your support. I'll dedicate this solve to you. I will also take a second to, as Memerister suggests, ask that if you have not yet clicked the like button yet, I would greatly appreciate if you would take a second to hit the like button. It helps people find the stream, so particularly at the beginning, it's very nice if you go ahead and hit that. Now Tristan's going to complain that the things are off the top of the screen. Let's see if I can bump that just a tiny bit. There we go, just a tiny bit. There we go. So, what are the rules? So this is a nasty normie, which is a play on the idea of a mean mini, which is a 6x6 where you use the digits 1 through 9. This is a 9x9 where you use the digits 1 through 6. And certain digits appear exactly once in every row and column and box, while other digits appear more than once each. How many times each particular digit appears must be determined. So presumably there could be like 4 ones. And then everything else could show up once each. A purple line is a Renbon, so these contain a string of non-repeating digits in any order. Sorry, a string of consecutive digits in any order. Oh, that's cool, Memerister. I know my timing has not always worked out the best for you. And then black dots join dots with ratios of 1 to 2. So the first thing I was inclined to do was write in this, but I realized this isn't right for reasons that go back to what I broke in my puzzle vignettes, because I could absolutely do that. And that would be fine. There's nothing wrong with this intrinsically. So I actually don't know that there is a... there is a 1, 2, or whatever on here. Now, what I do know is I do know that because these are length 4 Renbons, chosen from the digits 1 through 6, they both need to contain 3 and 4. So actually, that's 2 digits that there's 2 of right there. There's 2 3s and 2 4s in every row, column, and box. So, those of you who are 3-4 betters, good luck, good luck. So we've got that. Is it obvious that this digit can't show up 3 times, afraid not? It is not obvious to me, I don't think. At least not immediately. All right. So likewise, these each, by virtue of being length 4 Renbons, contain 3 and 4s. Renbons are still non-repeating, right? So what am I to do with that? Oh, can't repeat more than twice. I see, yes. It can't repeat more than twice by column 5, I agree. Okay, so we've got those, and so the goal here is to try and make as few horrendous errors as possible. I don't think the rules mean that, Nell, but I think math means that. I think is what's happening. Let's see, Isabella claims this cell is super restricted. I agree somewhat, but I still think it could be like a 6. Without any problem. So I think the only thing it can't be is 5. But I could be wrong. Let's see, what on earth are we going to do with it? There's all these black dots, and I do have to remember that all black dots are given. There is a negative constraint on black dots, which I was momentarily forgetting. Let's see. So there's at least 1 5 in this column, and there's only 2 places it could go, because the 5 in this column has to go on a black dot. And there could be 2 5s, but there's only 2 places they can go. It is true, there can't be a 1 on both of these Renbons, because if there is a 1 on both of these Renbons, then we would have either no 5 or no 6. It does not have to be from 1, 2, 4, 8, unfortunately. Sadly not. So yeah, okay, so let's just write in all the options and let's rule them out. So it can't be 5. It can't be 1 because then I would put a 2 on each of these Renbon and that would be no 6. There would be no 6s. 6 seems plausible to me. If this were 3 or 4, that would be 3 or 4s in the column, but I think it's okay with there being 3 or 4s in the column. 3 would put 2 6s, which would rule out 1. That's a good point. So I can't do 3. 4... 6 wouldn't mean no 1s. 4, I think, would be a problem in that I don't think I could get to 6. Because 4 would put 2 2s, and I can't have a 2 and a 6 share a Renbon, so it can't be 4. Andrew just got there as well. So I think this can only be 2 or 6. So that really means these 2 cells are both 3 or 4. Right? I believe that's true. Oh, no, they're 1, 3, or 4. Sorry, they could be 1. Yeah, 1, 3, or 4. That is correct. Yeah, no good reason they can't be 1. That's interesting. We do know they're not both 1. That's true. Per Perla. Yes, one of the Renbon has to be 1, 2, 3, 4. I agree with that, because I need to put a 1 in the column somewhere. Let's see. Does something go wrong with one? Does one of these rule out one of the Renbon being 1, 2, 3, 4? Not immediately, obviously, to me, at least. Oh, right. Okay, so Garion makes a good point, which is about the negative constraint, which I've already forgotten about again. So on the 1, 2, 3, 4 Renbon, we've got to put a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4. What order are those digits going in? Well, 2 can only go next to 3, so 2 can't go in the middle. So 2 has to go on the outside. But then the 2 has to go next to a 3, so 3 can't go on the outside. And so we end up with this thing where we're going to end up with a 1, a 2, or a 4 on the outside. So the point is 3 can't go on the outside of this Renbon. The 1, 2, 3, 4 one. And so because 3 can't go on the outside of the Renbon, I can't make this 6, because this would put a 3 on the outside of both Renbon, and one of these is a 1, 2, 3, 4 Renbon, which has the 3 in the middle. That's very cool. Okay. So this is a 2, and we get to bring in Zach, our professional digit dancing penguin. You should be sure to like the stream for Zach if you haven't yet. He's excited to do his 2 dance. Woo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yes, just in time for the dance. So neither of these are 3. And so that means we know exactly what the digits are. So there's 2 2s, 2 3s, and 2 4s, and then there's 1 of everything else. Because that 2 means there's a second 2 there. So yes, exactly as Beamrister says, 1, 5, and 6 appear once, 2, 3, and 4 appear twice. Okay. So let's see. So there are 2 2s. And one of these has a 2. And so the one of these that has a 2, the 2's on the other end. So one of these 2 cells is a 2. Is the 2 for the column. I'm just going to yellow them for now for a second. And so one of these 2 is a 3 for the column. I'll just blue those for now for whatever reason. Do I know these aren't both 4? I don't think I know these aren't both 4, unfortunately. Yeah, there's probably a similar thing going on with this column, but the things bend away, so it's a little bit different. Let's see. Do we have to do the whole thing again? Thinking about what will happen with this. I do not know. One of the black dots needs a 2. Well, there's no 5 at the very least. Because 5 can't go on a black dot. I'm not quite sure what people are doing with column 8. Let's see. Because I could hide like a 1, 2 down here, I feel like, if I made this a 6. Hey, Naverio. That's a very good point from Garion. There's a second 4 in this box. There's a second 2 in this box. There's a second 4, but these might be the 2 4s. Where's the second 2? The second 2 can't be next to a 1 or a 4 because of the negative constraint. So there's a second 2 in this row, which rules 2 out of this cell. Okay, that's a very good spot, Garion. Russ makes the point, this can't be a 1 because that would be a 2, and that would certainly require a 1, 2. So we're now down to 3, 4, or 6 for this, this thing. Four puts 2 2s on the Renbon. Three needs 2 6s, but is 2 6s a problem in this column? Oh, right, there aren't 2 6s. Yes. It's not 3 because there's only 1 6. 6 is one of the digits that we only have 1 of, so we can't make there be 2 6s. Okay, so we're down to that. Oh, the 2 can't go here, because if the 2 was here, this would be a 1 or a... Oh, no, that's okay. Never mind. This 2 could go here. That could be the third 1 or 4 for the box. 1 and 4 can live next to each other, annoyingly. And there's still one more 1 4 for the box. Eric pointing out this digit can only be 3 or 5. That's true. So I'm trying to digest this point about 2s and 3s. So every black dot needs a 2 or a 3. just in 6x6s. So there's a 2 or a 3 here, a 2 or a 3 here, a 2 or a 3 here, and a 2 or a 3 here. And so I think one of the points that Chad is making is that I've used up all my 2s and 3s, because that's 4 black dots, and I can't put double there, because this isn't a 2 or a 3. And so the spots off the black dots can't be 3. I think that's one of the points that Chad is trying to get me to believe. How am I putting 2 3s on black dots in this column? Oh, that's the point. That's the point. So the point is, I have to put 2 3s on black dots in this column, but I have to do it in a way that doesn't put 2 6s in the column. And so the only way I can put 2 3s on black dots in this column is to make that a 6, with these both being 3. Okay, got it. Okay. I think I saw that differently than the way other people were seeing it, but I got there eventually. So there's no 3s over there. Okay, and so that's both 3s, so this is a 5. Provided we believe that everything shows up the same number of times in every house, which I think it probably does, but who knows. But we got there. We got there is the point. So both of these black dots have a 2 on them, which means that everything else in the column, again, assuming that everything shows up the same number of times, which I think is true. Oh yeah, because there are digits that must appear more than once. The rules actually imply that once we know there's 3 digits that have to appear more than once, of course they have to appear twice each, because there's not room for them to appear any more times. So these digits could be 1, they can't be 2, they can't be 3, they could be 4 or 5. Now, my 2 2s are going... One of the 2s could go with a 1. Maybe both 2s could go with a 4. I do know one of these is a 5. We already said that. So yeah, what's left in this box is a good question. So I need 1 1, 2 2s, and 2 4s. And so the 2 2s can't be next to 1s or 4s, but the only digits I get to put in this box are 1, 2, and 4. This is a very smart point. So I could never make this digit a 2. I could never make this digit a 2 or this digit a 2. So these are both 2s. So this isn't a 4. God, this looks weird. So we've got that. So now this isn't a 2 because it would be next to a 1 or a 4. So this is the 2 for the row. So yeah, this is a 1 4 triple, you know, like always, like you do. So this Renban doesn't have a 2 on it. So this Renban is 3 4 5 6. So it doesn't have a 1 on it either, in particular. So these are from 4 5 6. So that's nice. So does one of these Renban need to have a 1 on it? No. Not necessarily. Oh, there can't be a 5 here because there's only 1 5 in the column, because it's 2, 3, and 4 that there's 2 of. So therefore, this is the 5 for the Renban. So therefore, this isn't a 5, because remember, there's only 1 5 in a column. So this Renban doesn't have a 5 on it. So this Renban is now a 1, 2, 3, 4 Renban. So these are 1, 2, and 4 for all of these. I can't have a 4 next to a 2 without a black dot. Good spot from Kurabon. So this is 6 and 4. So now this isn't the 2, because 2 can't go next to 4. So 2 goes there. So this is now 1 or 4 only. Can't have a 2 here either, because it would go next to a 1 or a 4. Awesome. I'm enjoying this so far. This is exactly the right kind of nonsense for me, Math Pesto. So these are a 1-4 triple, like you do. So I do still need to put a 5 in this box. It's going to go over here. I still need to put a 6 in the box. It's going to go in one of these places. I still need to put a 3 in the box. It can go a bunch of places, I think. Let's see. What's left in this box? So I still need another 2. I still need a 1. Let's see. And I still need a 3 and a 4. But I've got my 5 and my 6. Okay. But this can't be 1 or 4 because it's next to a 2. This can't be 2 because it's next to a 1 or a 4. This can't be... I think this can actually be anything. This can't be 2 because it's next to a 4. Let's see. Okay. This can't be 2 because it's next to a 1-4, Kuraban points out. So this actually is a 3. Which does not immediately do anything because of the weirdness of this puzzle. Let's see. Oh, the other 2 is placed. That's a good point, right? Perla points out the other 2 is placed here. And now once that 2 is placed here, the other 3 is placed here. So now these are 2 3s by Sudoku in the weirdest way. And these digits are now... One of them is a 2, but the 2 can only go there because these can't be 2. So I've used up my 1s, my 2s, my 3s, and my 4s. So this is a 5-6 pair to finish up this this box. This is not a 3 anymore. Good spot from Isabella. One of these 2 cells I know is 1, which is the only 1 for the box. So therefore this is 4. This digit's a 1 or a 4. And so therefore this digit's always a 2. I think Eric was pointing that out. So this digit's not the 4 that goes on this Renbon. Right. Remember, one of these Renbon needed a 2 on the end, and it's not that one because there's 2 2s looking at it. So this is the Renbon with a 1 on it. So this is 1 3 4. That one's not a 3. This one is the 3. That's a 1-4 pair. This one, therefore, is not the 1, so that's a 4. So neither of these are 4. And this has got to be a 6 5 3. Because I need a 6 in the column somewhere. This is now a 3-6 dot, just because all the 2s in the box are gone. And there's only 1 6 in a row, so this is the 3 and that's the 6. Has been available for a while. 6 in this box is placed just by Sudoku and the fact that I can't put a 6 next to a 3. So 6 in this box is over here. Oh, right. There's 2 3s in the row already, Perilla points out. So I can't put the 6 in either of these places. So the 6 is just there, which makes that a 3. Good spot to Perilla. So these are all from 1, 2, 4 because I don't have any 6s to put on anymore. So these are all from 1, 2, 4. And this one's not a 2 because it's next to a 1, 4. So therefore this one is a 2, which means that one's a 2 and these two aren't 2s. This 1, 4 means if this was a 1, that would be a 2. So it probably isn't. It's probably a 5 or a 3. But I don't think I know anything about which one it is yet. The last digit in row 8 is a 5. Several people in chat are pointing out. Within this column, I need another 4. And I need a 1. So this is a 1, 4 triple up here. Because the other 1, 4 can't go next to the 2. So there's my 1, 4 triple, 2, 3, and so 4 is done, 5 and 6. Oh, sorry, there's 2 3s. The second 3 is the thing that I'm missing. For that. And so now for this row, what thing am I missing? I'm missing a third 1, 4. And the third 1, 4 goes here. And so up here, I've got my 1, 4 triple. I still need a 2. I still need a 3, and I still need a 5. And that one can't be a 2, and that one can't be a 3. Okay, very interesting. Okay, column 6, let's fill in. So we've got 2 1, 4s, so we need another 1, 4. And then we've got... Oh, we don't have both 2s, so we need another 2. We've got both 3s. We've now got both 4s. Because, yes, we have a 1, 2, 4 quintuple, which means we've got both 4s. We've got our 5 and our 6. Okay, well, this has to be a 2 because it's next to a 2. So now this isn't a 2. Let's see, these digits aren't 1 or 4. So they're from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one certainly isn't a 6. This one's not a 2 because the box already has all of its 2s. This one's not a 6 because the column already has its 6. This one's not a 6 because the column already has its 6. Let's see. This is a 3, 5 to finish off the 3, 5 for the box. These digits are 2 more 1, 4s, and another 3. Which is interesting. Oh, 6 is just placed in this row, is chat's point. So that's a 6. So neither of these is a 3. So that's a 2, 5 pair, so that's a 3. It is really a 2, 5 pair because there's another 2 in the row. This 6 means that's not a 3. This 2, 5 pair means that's not a 5. And again, it is a 2, 5 pair because of that. Yes. Eric is pointing out that this has to be the 5 because otherwise I'm putting a 3 and a 6 next to each other. I think chat has been saying that for a while. I keep meaning to look at it and then I find other things to look at. This can't be a 3 because either this is a 6 and it can't be a 3 or it's the second 3 for the row and it can't be a 3. So that's never a 3. So this is a 1 or a 4. which is very interesting because it means it can't have a 2 there. That 3 and that 3 give me that's a 5, Nicholas points out. Zetas are easily distracted. It is very true. Same thing is true here. This can't be a 3 either. Okay, so this was a useful observation. Nicholas points out, this can't be a 3 because, again, it would force this to be a 3, and that would be 3 3s for the row. So that can't be a 3 either. So this is the 3 for the column. So we actually have placed the 3. So that is pretty cool. This 5 looks over and places the 6 and the 5 over there. So I can't put a 5 on these 2 black dots, at least. Let's see. Okay. I need one more 1 4 in this row, one more 2. This row needs another 2 and another 1 4. Those 2 can't be next to each other, so these are both 1 2 4. And then this digit's whatever the other thing is. This digit's the 3. In order to make that that work. What are these digits then? Let's see. We still need another 1 4. Oops. Another 2 1 4s, actually. And then we've got both our 2s, and we need a 3. But that can't be the 3, so this is a 1 or a 4. For whatever that is worth. This row still needs 2 more 1 4s. Still needs another 2. And it's got its 3. It still needs another 3. It only needs 1 more 1 4. Sorry, I misspoke. It only needs 1 more 1 4. I miscounted. But it does need another 3, and it needs another... No, that's it. It needs a 1 4, a 2, and a 3. But the 1 4 and the 2 have to be split, so this has to be the 3. Neither of these can be 3. So that's both of the 3s for this column, interestingly. So I know that these are from 1 2 4 just by virtue of being on black dots. This can't be a... Oh, this could be a 2 if that was also a 1. If this was also a 2? No, these can't both be 2s. Okay, this cell can't be a 2. Because if this cell was a 2, this cell would also have to be a 2. And that 2 2s would give me a 5 5 pair, and I can't have a 5 5 pair. So that's not a 2. And so therefore both of these are 2s. And so therefore this isn't a 2. And therefore where is my other 2? There's my 1 3 4 quintuple, so that's a 2. Which means that this is a 3, because it can't be a 1 or a 4 anymore. Where's my... Oh, maybe I don't quite know yet where things are headed. Yeah, I think I don't quite know yet. Let's see. Nicholas's row 5, column 1 is not a 3 now. Yes, there's 2 3s in the box. Yes. As soon as there's 2 3s in the box, this is not a 3 anymore. So there's a 1 4 triple and a 2 5 pair, which must mean that we know what this digit is. Because we've got our 2 2s, we've got our 1 1. We need a second 3 for the column. This is a 3. So now actually 6 is pretty limited in this box. The 6 can only go one of these 2 places. Right. Okay, Ambrose points out this cell is now next to a 1 4, so it can't be a 2. It's a 5, which has made this a 2. That's both 2s for the box, so that makes that a 5. This being a 5 makes that a 2, which makes this a 1, which makes this a 4, Wait, does it? Yes, which makes this a 4. I have to be careful that I don't do Sudoku in inappropriate ways. There's already a 1 for the row, so this being a 1 also makes that a 4. This being a 4 makes that a 1 by Renban. This being a 1 makes that a 4, and that a 4. So we've got that. We want to be careful not to go too far along the way, though. Nicholas points out I have both 3s up here, so this is a 6. So therefore, that's a 6. 5 is placed in box 1. So this cell is a 1 or a 4. Just by the fact that it can't be a 2. So the only play... Oh, there's already both 2s in this box, so that can't be a 2 either. So now I've got all of these 1/4s. And we get to think about exactly how we're going to handle that. Oh, sorry, this is a 3. We can do that. So we can say things like, this digit is the same as this digit. This digit is the same as this digit. Yeah, I do have to color them. I'm just thinking about exactly what coloring them means. It's being claimed that I could also look at column 6. Oh, yes, I could look at column 6. Column 6 has all but one thing in it. So column 6 doesn't have its 1 yet. So that makes both of those 4s, makes that a 4. Okay, good. Although that I don't think that actually did it. So I still know I need one of these to be a 1. So let me just start with this one. This I know is the same as that. But that doesn't percolate well, I don't believe. But it's also the same as this. Just by looking across there. I have to think about if that tells me it's 4. Because I don't think it does, but maybe it does. If circle was 1, right, if circle was 1, it would rule 1 out of this box. That's the way to think about it. I was trying to decide, because I don't think I could actually, with this, I don't think I could say that it places it there. I don't think that's how this works. But what I can say is I can say that if circle was 1, I could not place 1 in box 9. So I don't think it is valid to say by Sudoku this is a 4. I think the logic of that is wrong. But it is true to say that yellow just can't be 1, because then 1 would be ruled out of box 9. So yellow is 1. And that gets us a bunch more digits, which hopefully will help. So these are both 4, for example. That's a 4. Oh, did I fill in 1 after saying it can't be 1? I did. It's a 4. There we go. How about that? Yeah, the other kind of 4, which makes this a 1, which makes both of these 4, which makes that a 1. Which, let's see, how am I going to proceed from there? Let's see. Oh, this row. There we go. Okay, so that's a 1. So that's a 4. So that's a 1. So that's a 4 and a 1. And now by this row, that's a 4. And so the betting tree is a 1. So congratulations from Zach and I to all of the 1 bettors out there. You did well in this puzzle, especially when it was revealed early that there were 2 3s and 2 4s. If you bet 1 anyway, you did well. That was a very delightful implementation of this idea. Absolutely crazy puzzle to make sure that I didn't make any mistakes, or at least tried not to make any mistakes. I'm glad I noticed before I screwed it up that this could be 363, especially since it turned out to be 363. But yeah, very interesting subverting expectations there. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and then when I'm back, I will do more puzzles. So be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. We are back with well, I was going to say an XV, but apparently there's only Vs. We're back with a V region sumlines diagonal puzzle by Xendari. So we have here, and I saw Xendari in chat, so hello, Xendari. So I have normal Sudoku rules here. And then we have these region sum lines, and the way region sum lines work is that they mean the sum of the digits is the same in each region they go through. So, for example, these 2 digits have the same sum as these 2 digits. Usually they're a lot longer, but that's what we've got here, so we'll go with that. And then cells separated by a V sum to 5, and you can't repeat digits on the diagonals. Okay, so first note, these 2 digits are the same. Because these 2 cells have the same sum. And that thing they are that's the same is from 6, 7, 8, 9. So we see that digit's a little bit restricted in this box. V's are always from 1, 2, 3, 4. So we immediately know that these two digits are summing to at least something fairly large, because actually these digits are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we've got that going on. Smart point from Garion. These cells need to add up to a minimum of 15. Oh, do you have a good betting tree, Xendari, where I should put it in the grid? So these digits have to add to at least 15, because it's 5 distinct digits. And so that means the minimum these three can sum to is actually 8. So that is smart. Row 8, column 5, I am being told, would be a good bet cell. So you can bet on the value of this this cell. So we know this digit's at least 5 because it sees all the corners, and the corners are a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. So this is at least 5, and it can't possibly be larger than 6. And so these digits can't be larger than 3. And one of them has to be a 1. And so what that means is that the corners, these can't be 1, because we've already put the 1 on this diagonal, and one of them is definitely a 4. And so neither of these is a 4. Okay. So the 1, 4V shows up in one of these places. And these two, so now we finally know that these two V's are different. So these two V's can't be the same, because if they were the same, what would they be? They couldn't be 1, 4, because that would rule 1 off this diagonal. They can't be 2, 3, because that would rule 2 and 3 off of this diagonal. So they can't be the same. So these two V's are different. So let's make one of them orange and one of them purple. And so therefore this is purple and this is orange. As we proceed to think about this. Garion points out, of course, because I know 4 is in one of the corners, it's not in those other corners. So those aren't. So that's not 1 and that's not 1. That was not my best moment. So yes, so I made this very complicated argument and then proceeded to do something absolutely ridiculous. Sorry. This should be orange and this should be purple. That's better. It's still true that these can't be 4, but it's actually much better than that, because now orange is placed on this X, or on this equal sum line. And so the sum here is 5. Because these are both the orange digits, and so this is a 5, and so we get to do our digit dance for the 5. Woo-hoo, woo, woo, woo. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Alrighty, so this is a 6. These are both 9. This is a 1, 2 pair. How did I say these are both 9 and not actually enter that they were both 9? There's a huge delay on my keypad today. I don't know why. Maybe it's out of battery or running out of battery. Alright, these are not 6. Okay, so I was thinking maybe I was supposed to ask where they were going on the thing, but maybe not. This isn't 5 or 9 either. This is either... These are either both purple or both orange, of course. Let's see. Okay, where is 9 in this box? 9 in this box is definitely up here. And so once I know that 9 in this box is in one of these two cells, now 9 is placed by Sudoku here. I saw that from Peter. So that's a 9. So that's not a 9. And so now the 9 on this diagonal has to be here exactly. So we can get rid of the coloring on the 9s now that we know 9s are 9s. So that's not a 9, and that is a 9. And now, now 9 on this diagonal now has to go in this box, and it can only go here, because 9 is ruled off every other cell of this diagonal. So 9 is placed here. So no 9 there. So 9 is placed in this column here. Afraid Not points out that I know that these are a 3-4 pair. And so therefore these are a 1-2 pair. And therefore these aren't 1-2. That's not 3 and that's not 3 because of the 1-2 pair here. Okay. 5 on the negative diagonal, Afraid Not points out, can only actually go here. Which is interesting, because it probably means I can't use a 5 here. It does mean I can't use a 5... Oh, no, it doesn't necessarily. If I use a 5 here, I could be... maybe, I can't quite tell. I suspect there's probably lower hanging fruit, but I don't think I can use... Okay, no, never mind. I do want, because I'll place a 5 if I prove I can't put a 5 on this. So the minimum sum of these two is now 6 plus 7 is 13. Oh, these could both be 6, 7. I think that's actually a perfectly fine option. Let's see. Perla points out that I can put a 7-8 pair here. So these can't be 7-8 because there's a 7-8 there. So actually the sum is less than 15. Which is interesting. So there's definitely a 7-8 on here for whatever that's worth. Okay. Screaming Ice Cube has a very smart spot, which is that this cell sees, by Sudoku, 7, 8, and 9, because this is a 7-8 pair. And so this can't be 7 or 8, and it can't be 9. So this is already min 3 and max 6. But it also sees a 5 and a 6 on the diagonal. And so this can only be a 3 or a 4, which means there's always either a 1, 2, or a 3 here. Always with a 1 living on the diagonal. This 3-4 is orange. Good spot, because it's not the purple 3-4. Perla got that. So it's there in this cell. Because I need to place it in this box, and I certainly can't put it on a line that sums with another digit to itself. So there's my orange 3-4. Let's see. I don't quite see what people are doing with purple 3-4s as of yet. So it's interesting, because if this is the 3-4, then it's orange. Or sorry, if this is sorry, this could be the orange 3-4 with the orange 1-2, which would sort out the coloring of the center. I don't quite see it yet. Oh, okay. This is people's claim. People's claim is there's a purple-purple hidden pair in this row. I thought people were saying they knew which was which, but maybe they didn't. But this is a purple-purple hidden pair. Which does give a quad in column 2. So these are, if we want to fill this in, these are from 5, 6, 7, 8. This can't be 5 or 6 by the magic of the diagonal. Let's see. That purple was huge, because that purple tells me this purple's definitely on this line. Okay, so before we did not know, but this purple that we found as part of a hidden pair actually means that these are both purple, because it places a purple on here, and if they both add to 5 and one of them is purple, both are purple. So we've got that, which now means that this cell is purple. And so this is the purple 3-4. So this is the purple 1-2. That's the purple 3-4. So we've got that going on. So now this purple... Oh, never mind. I was going to say something stupid. So we've got a 3-4 pair in column 2. That's almost disappointing, really. Like, kind of heartbreaking. Because now we get to undo our coloring, and that's a little sad. It's very early to be undoing all of our coloring, but orange is now 3, because 3 is 1 plus 2. So I could do that. Let's see, 4, 4, 4, 4. 1, 1, 1, 1. No, 2, 2. Well, I'm not going to delete the coloring. I'm going to keep coloring, but you know, it's a little demoralizing, is all I'm saying. When you discover the value of one of your colored cells at this point. Let's see. So what's left on this diagonal? It's the other... No, it's not the other purple. We've got both oranges and both purples. We've got a 5 and a 6. It's the other 7, 8 is the answer. Where is orange in column 7 is very good. Okay. Thank you, chat, for helping me feel better. The oranges are a hidden pair in column 7 as well. The oranges go there. So these are a 2-3 pair. These are a 1-4 pair, if we absolutely have to do that. And so now, this is a maximum of 3. So the maximum that this can be is 11. But the minimum that this can be is 11. So it has to be 11. So, because this now is a tiny digit, this is a 3 and an 8 at minimum, or sorry, at maximum, but this is a 5 and a 6 at minimum, and those two equal each other. So we end up getting all of those digits sort of going in for free. Maybe not quite free, but for a low cost, relatively. No, 6 or 8. That's a 5 and a 6, and a 7 and an 8, and a 7, and an 8 and a 7. Let's see, this is a 2, and a 6. This is, let's see, we still need the 2, so this is the other orange. And then after we've placed the other orange, we still need a 9 to go there. That 7 down there has placed a 5 up here. These are a 1 and a something else. 1 and a 7. So if this was a 1, it would just break the puzzle, because 5 and 1 would add to 6. This would have to be 2 and 4, but it can't be. So this has got to be the 7, and so this is purple. So now I need to figure out how I'm making 12. It's not as 3, 9. It could be as 4, 8, and it's not as 5, 7. So it is as 4, 8, in fact. And so these are, one of them is purple. So we've got to place the purple in this box. I guess the slicker way to do what I just did is to note that, so I don't like the way I just did that. Here's the correct way to do this. 1 and 4 are up here in this box. But 1 doesn't go on a region sum line that sums to 12. But so therefore the 1 goes here. And therefore the purple 4 is on here, so what does it go with? It goes with the 8. That's the correct way to do it. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is an 8. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This isn't a 7 or a 6. Oops. This 1 has looked down and finally disambiguated our orange and purple in the middle. So this purple is the purple 1, 2. This purple is the purple 3, 4. We can finally say. And so this 1, 2 is the purple 1, 2. So this is the orange 1, 2. We can do that. This is the orange 1, 2 as well. Let's see. We've got here what's left. 4, 5, 6 is what's left. So therefore this is purple. And these are not purple. So that one has to be a 5 and that one has to be a 6 to avoid being purple. So we can fill these in. So we've got all that stuff done. Let's see. I need a second orange in this row, but that second orange can only go here. If I look at secret stuff. I need some digit in this row. 3, 4. This is a 5, which means that's a 7. Let's see, this is a pair. Oh, one of them is the orange that is yet to be determined. Fascinating. And what is the other? And the other is a 7. Ah, so this is the orange. This is the 7. Playing gooseberry with the oranges. Must have been paying attention to the previous puzzle. Let's see, 2, 3. This is a 4. This is my orange. And this is my purple that are missing. So 3 and 4. Uh-oh, I screwed that up. What did I do? How did I screw this up so badly? This is actually the purple, not the orange. I just said the wrong letter. Or the wrong color. This is the purple. So this is not the other orange, though. This is the other orange. So that's the orange, and then this is the last digit. That's the 8. So that's the 8, and that's the purple. Going on up there. And now I have to be a little bit careful here. We'll exercise extreme caution. We need a 1, a 2, we've got a 3, we need a 4. So we can just fill that in. This is purple, orange, and purple. The bottom row we can fill in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that is orange. And then that is 5 and 8. And so that is 2 and 1 and 4. And so that 5 has given me a 6 and a 5. This is the orange 3. In this column, we need a 7. In this column, we need a 6. And in this box, we need a 9. Finishing the puzzle. Glorious. That was a lovely, lovely, that was a lovely puzzle. It looks so minimally clued, but it is very, very well put together. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Alrighty, let me take a short break, and I'll be right back, and we'll do more puzzles. Well done, Xendari. Alrighty, welcome back. Let's do this killer puzzle from Kane Puzzles called A Killer from Kraków. So here we have normal Sudoku rules. And then killer cage rules. These are normal killer cage rules. So killer cages have two things attached to them. So one of them is that you can't repeat digits in a killer cage. So this is a collection of 7 distinct digits. And the other is that the digits in a killer cage add to the number that's given if it's given. So these 3 digits add to 8. And so one of the things you can convince yourself is if these digits are going to add to 8, there has to be a 1 in there, for example. And if these 2 digits are going to add to 5, it's basically just a V from the last puzzle. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so we can look at our sort of like totals and see if any of these are interesting. So these digits sum to 35, I believe, whereas all the digits in a box sum to 40. So therefore, these need to sum to 10. Oh, that's right. I should put down a betting tree. I don't think Cane Puzzles is here, so I'll just put the betting tree there and hope. So I think these need to sum to 10, and these need to sum to 10, and these need to sum to 12. Let's see, 24 plus 13 is 37. So these need to sum to 8, is what you're telling me. So these need to sum to 8. So there's a 1 in here for the same reason that we previously noted. Oh, and there's a 2. That's the point. There's a 2. Haha. Because I can't put 2 in any of these places. So these sum to 8, and there's a 1 and a 2, so it's a 1, 2, 5. Ha ha ha. Sweet. Let's see. So we have successfully gotten that. So I can do the same thing with 1 over here, because I can't put 1 in any of these cages. And I can do the same thing with 1 over here, because I can't put 1 in any of these cages, which does bounce over to there. Yes, good point. Where does 6 go in this box? I can't put 6 and 6 in a 12 cage, so the 6 has to go here with a 7. And I guess I could have done exactly the same thing and asked where the 7 went, given that the 5 is already gone. So one of these is a 3, 9, and one of them is a 4, 8. Let's see. I think conflict checker is enabled. I think it is. So I think if I put a 6 here, I think it will tell me. Yes, the conflict checker is enabled, so Sven can help. Sven likes helping. What are these summing to again? I need to remind myself. These things are summing to 10. Okay, so these are summing to 10. So they're either 1, 4, 5 or 1, 3, 6, or I guess they could be 1, 2, 7. And then the same thing is going on over here. Andrew makes a smart point. This 12 cage looks at these two 12 cages, and so it can't be 3, 9 or 4, 8. So this 12 cage therefore is 5, 7. Oops. Therefore is 5, 7. Which gets us a digit. So there's a 6. And we get to see Zach's famous 60 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So this is a 7. No, that's not how that works. I was trying to use Sudoku on these 7s to place a 7 here, but that's not how Sudoku works. Unfortunately. So yeah, so how am I making, so Ambrose's point is, how am I making 10 now? So I need to make 9 in 2 cells. I can't use 1, 8 because I've already done that. I can't use 2, 7, and I can't use 4, 5, so it's got to be 1, 3, 6. is a beautiful spot from Ambrose. So, of course, that's not a 6, thanks to Sven. Okay, so therefore, what are these cages? Let's see. So I need to put a 2 in one of these. The 2 can only go here. So this is a 2-9. And this is a 4-8. The 9s look up there. And if those can't be 9, these can't be 3. That 1-2-5 looks down and tells me that's not a 1. That might be all I'm able to say for now. Let's see. These two 11 cages look at the 2-9 cage. So these two 11 cages can't be 2-9. So what can they be? They can be 3-8 or 4-7 or 5-6. That's not quite... that's too many options. That's one too many options. I would like you to have one fewer option. If that is not too much to ask, I would like there to be one fewer option. Mostly, I guess it suggests that I am... So, okay, that's a good point. So what we've just learned is we can't put a 2 in any of these cages. That's the thing I'm supposed to see. Matthew pointed this out. I can't put a 2 in the 11 cages because it would be the same as this, and I can't put a 2 in the 13 cage because it would not work. So these are always 1, 2, 7. That's gorgeous, and well spotted, Matthew, and gorgeous setting. So these aren't 7 or 4, and so these are 4 and 9. And I know this isn't the 1. Let's see. So now this 11 cage is looking down at these two 11 cages. And so it's not a 3-8 or a 5-6. So it can only be a 2-9 or a 4-7. And of course that can't be the 7, so that can't be the 4. Where does 5 go in this box? That's hilarious. 5 can't go in the 12 cage because there's a 7 looking at it. 5 can't go in the 10 cage because it would need a 5. So 5 in this box goes horizontally, meaning that's not a 5. And remember, these 3 cells sum to something. The thing these 3 cells sum to is 45 minus 33, which is 12. So 12 has a 5 in it, so now I need 2 digits that sum to 7 without being 2, 5. So it's either 1, 6 or 3, 4. I don't think I know which one it is yet. Those don't sum to 9. No. No, I do want to do ones that sum to 9. Oh, yeah, it can't be 3, 4 because it would break this 12 cage, because this 12 cage definitely has a 3 or a 4. So it is 5, 1, 6. I did that math right? I hope I did this math right. So that is a 2. Okay, and so so this 12 cage can't be 6, 6 anymore. So now the 10 cage can't have a 9, so the 12 cage does. And so, oh, sorry, that's not true. Sorry. I was saying something nonsense because that could have a 9 as well. What about 8? Well, this 7 cage can't be 1, 6 anymore. So it's 2, 5 or 3, 4. Oh, it can't be 2, 5 either. So this cage is 3, 4. Because it can't be 1, 6 because there's a 1 and a 6 here, and it can't be a 2, 5 because there's a 2 and a 5 looking at it. So it is in fact 3, 4. So this isn't 3 or 4. So this isn't 1 or 2. For whatever that is worth. Let's see. So where is... No. Yeah, there are virtual 3-4 pairs in the rows. I agree. I'm trying to decide what the smart question is about this box that does justice to the cleverness of this puzzle. Trying to think, like, what digit is there that I know where it has to go? Like, I know I can't put a 9 here, but I could put a 9 in one of these two places. But I don't quite... Should I write out? No, this 12 cage, I think it can still be basically anything. Oh, okay. So it can be basically anything, but it can't be something, and that's already enough to be interesting, is Afraid Not's point. So what can this 12 cage really be? It can't be 6-6. It can't be 5-7. So it can be 4-8, or it can be 3-9. But I know this isn't the 3 or the 4 by the virtual pairs. So this isn't 3-4. So this is 3-4, for whatever that's worth. What is that with the 7, Afraid Not? There's not a 7 here. Let's see. If this was 4-7, this would just be 9-3. Good eye, Kurabon. That is a quad. We have a 3-4-8-9 quad. So therefore, that's not a 9. So therefore, that's not a 2. In fact, we have a 1-5-6 hidden triple in this row, actually, because 1, 5, and 6 can only go in these cells. And so I think that makes these two a 2-7 pair. I think that's right. So I think this is a 2 or a 7. And if this were a 2, this would be an 8. And if this were a 7, this would be a 3. How is this not resolved? Let's see. Nicholas's point is the row 7-11 cage can't be 3-8. Because it breaks row 7, column 1, and row 7, column 4. Right. If this were 3-8, okay, so that's a smart point. If this were 3-8, that would put a 3-4-8 quadruple in the row, which is not a good thing to have in this puzzle. Would have worked in the Math Pesto puzzle we did earlier. That's a very good spot to Nicholas. So these are 5-6, and therefore these aren't 5-6. These are 3-8, and therefore that's the 4 and the 8, and that is the 7 and the 5. That's not a 7 anymore. That is a 1-2 pair in the row, which makes that a 9 and a 2. This is the other 3-4. This is not a that. Column 8. There's a 12 cage in column 8 that I don't think I've looked at all, but Martin says it's fixed. So let's start with, can it be 3-9? I think so. Can it be 4-8? There's a 3-8 pair in the column is the point. I had missed the 3-8 pair. So it can't be 3-9 or 4-8 because of the 3-8 pair. And so this is a 5-7. Which does a lot, because it's going to give me that this is a 2 and an 8. So that's a 3 and an 8. That's a 7 and a 4. That's a 9 and a 3. That's a 9 and a 4. That's a 6 and a 5. Yes, very, very good spotting to all involved. This is a 1 and a 6 and a 5 now. This is a something. It is a 9. I am pleased to report. These are a 1, 2, 3 triple, I believe. And these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are 4, 6, and 8. Okay. This isn't 9 or 3, so these aren't 4 or 8. So these are 3 and 9, and that's 4 and that's 3. This row is missing 7 and 8. So this row is missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of that sort. That 3 does look down here and say that's not a 3. Let's see. Have I fixed this 8 cage yet? Seemingly no. Oh, right. Okay. Yes, this can't be 3, 4. Okay, I have actually. It can't be 1, 3, 4 because where would this 3, 4 go in it? It would go there, except 3 and 4 are gone in the column. So this can't be 1, 3, 4. It has to be 1, 2, 5. Which is sweet. So where is the other 3, 4 in this column? The other 3, 4 in this column has to be here exactly, because I've got my 3, 4s there, and I've got my 3, 4s in this box, so that's the other 3, 4, which now tells me the 7 cage isn't 3, 4. So the 7 cage is either 1, 6 or 2, 5. But this one can't be 2 or 5, so it's 1, 6, and it has to go 1, 6 in that order, because 2 and 5 are gone in this box, so that can't be 2 or 5. So that's not a 6, and that's not a 1, and that's not a 6. Let's see. So that is a 3 and a 6 and a 1. So these are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what is going on there. Let's see. So what are these digits? That's really the thing I should ask myself. These are from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are from 2, 4, 8, and they definitely include a 2, so therefore that doesn't include a 2. Also, that's a Jovi wing on 2s, just the classic Jovi wing that rules 2 out of both of these, because I've used my 2s for rows 5 and 6, so therefore that's the 2. For that triple. Let's see. If this was a 9, I couldn't place 9 in this box at all, so this can't be a 9. So this can only be a 1 or a 5, which now gives me a 1, 2, 5 triple in the column. Dangerous. But Andrew points out this box needs an 8 somewhere, and no matter where the 8 goes, it has to end up in this cage. So one of these 4 cells is an 8, so neither of these can be an 8, which makes that an 8 and a 4. Means that I can now place the 4 in this box, because the 4 needs to go outside the cage now, so the 4 goes there, making that the 8, and the 3, and the 4, and the 4, and the 1, and the 5, and the 2, and the 4, and the 2, and the 1, and the 5, and the 1, and the 6. So we get lots of stuff. That's now the 6, and the 2, and the 7, and the 1. 7, 4. My number pad's being all kinds of sticky today. I don't know what happened. That's a 1. So these are 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, and 8. So that is 5, 8, and 6 in that order. That's a 7 and a 5. So 1 and a 5 and a 3 and a 1. This is a 3 or a 7, and I don't know which one. These digits are, let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the row. This is a 3 or a 9. This is a 3 or a 9, but it's not a 3, so it's a 9. And that's a 3 and a 7 and a 9 and a 3. So these are a 7, 8 pair. I can remove the 1, 5 pencil marks from up here and then reassess carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what's going on here. Let's see. But there's a 7, 8 pair in column 4, Kurabon points out. So therefore, this is a 9, a 7, and a 6. This is going to give me the 2 and the 9 and the 8 and the 7 and the 8 and the 7 and the 8. This is going to be a 5. It's going to be a 2. And the bet cell is an 8. So congratulations to all of you 8 bettors out there from Zach and I. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That was great. I really enjoyed that. And I'm very glad we did not have to do... Afraid Not was at some point suggesting that this might require some horrendous Fistamafel ring set thing, which fortunately it did not require any horrendous Fistamafel ring set thing. Although this is where I wake up to a DM from Kane Puzzles yesterday saying that this was intended to be a set puzzle, and they can't believe that I found this other path through it. But seemed really gorgeous and smooth from the way we did it. I really liked it. Alrighty. Yeah, just excellently set up. Alrighty, I'm going to go grab us another puzzle. I'll be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. Next up, we have this puzzle by Oddlyeven, which combines two mechanics that we've already seen in today's puzzles. So we have region sum lines. So again, these things just tell you the sum of the digits are the same in each box that it passes through. So these 4 digits, for example, have the same sum as these 2 digits. And these jajillion digits have the same sum as these jajillion digits. We have black dots, which have a ratio of 2 to 1. So it could be like 8 and 4, for example. And then white dots, which indicate that digits are consecutive. Oh, wait, sorry, no. Everything I said is wrong. No, not everything. They are region sum lines, but the dots are about the lines sums. Sorry, so it's saying the sum of this line is double or half the sum of this line. Sorry, I misread the rules when I skimmed them before streaming. My brain is working today, I swear, kind of, sort of, not really. So we have a bunch of arithmetic relationships between the sums of the region sum lines. Alrighty, so that's already pretty interesting that one of these is double the other. So the sum has to be pretty large for one of these. And it's probably not this one. Maybe it is. Because these 4 could sum to 24, because these 3 could sum to 24 easily. And then this could sum to 12, for example. Let's see. Okay. I think actually this is actually the most constrained place to start. Because this sum of 7 digits. Do you have a recommended bet cell, Oddlyeven? This sum of 7 digits is gotta be double the sum of these 2. Because the minimum sum of 7 is already 28, which is more than the maximum that I could make. So this is half of this. But still, these 2 need to sum to at least more than 10. Oh, it's 6 digits? I was still right because I was saying 21 anyway, because I agree it is 6 digits, but then I was saying 21 for some reason. Let's go there in box 8 for the betting tree. Okay. So the sum of these 2 is larger than 10. Because 21 over 2 is already more than 10. But what's the largest 6 digits can sum to, I guess, is the next question I have. There's a really smart mod 3 point, but I wanted to do the arithmetic of this first. So the maximum that 6 digits can sum to is, I guess, yeah, it is 39. So therefore, the most that this can sum to is something like 18. All right, well, we'll do the mod 3 thing, which is to note that one of these things, in fact, this thing, sums to double these. So together, their sum is triple something. So together, the sum of all of these digits is a multiple of 3. But 45 is also a multiple of 3, and so in order to maintain the balance, this digit has to be a 3, 6, or 9. So that's interesting in and of itself. Let's see. Oh, row 6, column 8. I had convinced myself that actually this puzzle had no lines like this, but it does. This digit is a sum of 3 digits, so this is at least a 6. Oh, that's huge, though. Because that means this can't possibly be 24, which is what I was thinking about earlier. So I was interested in... What was it I was interested in? Why was it I was interested in it? Oh, right. I was interested in this pair. So we'll make them the yellow and the purple up here. And so I was interested, could yellow be the bigger one? And I think actually because of this, the answer is no. Because if yellow is the bigger one, yellow is at least 20, because the minimum sum of 4 digits is 10. So this would have to sum to at least 20. But then these cells would need to sum to at least 20, and they can't because they're double a single-digit number. So yellow here is actually the smaller one, and purple is the bigger one. I don't know how on earth I'm supposed to denote that. But yellow is the smaller of these two. And so yellow sums to at most 15. Yellow is consecutive with a 2-cell line. Ah, yes, yes. Yellow is also consecutive with a 2-cell line. That's also another way I could have seen this. Are there any things that aren't going to get chopped up? I mean, because small and large is relative, but maybe I can at least for now go with... oh, Lord, that did not... that was not what I was trying to do. No. There we go. Okay. We'll at least now say, okay, this will be small and this will be large for now. So certainly this is the large one of these two. So we can make this orange and this blue, for sure. Okay. Let's see. What else is there to say? I could do math from row 3, column 9 to row 6, column 8. Row 3, column 9 to row 6, column 8. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so... So this cell is half... Yes, this cell is half of this. So then this cell is... If this cell is half of this, in other words, let's just give this a yellow flash. These 4 are double yellow. So these are all 6 times yellow. Which means that this digit is 45 minus 6 times yellow. So that's going to give me some restrictions. So 45 minus 6 times 6 would make this a 9. 45 minus 6 times 7 would make this a 3. And if this was an 8 or a 9, that wouldn't work at all, because 45 minus 6 times 8 or 6 times 9 is negative. So this is not 8 or 9, and this is 3 or 9. So I think that's not too bad. And I don't think 3 is going to work, because I think the total is going to be too small, and I think I'm going to need a 3 in this sum. But let's try this again. So if this is a 7, let's just run through this again. If this is a 7, this is... if this is a 7, these need to sum to 14. And... No, if this is a 6, sorry. If this is a 6... no, it was a 7. If this is a 7, then that's a 3. And these need to sum to 14. But I can sum to 14 and 4 without a 3. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. But we are now down to just 14 and 12 as the possible sums here. So that is not a huge problem. So there's definitely a 1 and a 2 in here, because my sum here is 6 or 7, so that's fine. And these are from 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 4. Yes, that is definitely a virtual 3 in column 9. I agree with that. Let's see. So I'm kind of interested by these 3 cells, because these need to have a pretty big sum, but I don't know if that's going to be useful at all. I don't know anything at all about the sum of this line, I don't think. I can do similar math with these 2 lines, although it looks less likely to be productive. Actually, maybe not. Maybe actually, I probably need to use math to relate this cell and this cell. Right? I think that's true. Oh, Lord, this is going to be a mess. This is going to be horrendous, isn't it? Oh no, I don't think I can. I think I'm safe. I don't think I can, because I think it connects up to there, and so I don't think it matters. Okay. So I think we're good. I don't think we have to do anything horrendous yet. Okay, so people want me to look at parity. So this sums to an even total is the point, because this sums to double this cell's value. So this sums to an even total. So this sums to an odd total. So this sums to an odd total. And so therefore this sums to an even total. Even plus odd is odd. And so therefore I need this to be even in order to make that work. That's really cool, actually. So just to go over that again, because I know these 4 cells sum to double this cell, their sum is even. And therefore a white dot changes that into an odd total. And so that odd total then gives me an odd total here, but across a black dot, an odd total must transform into an even total. And so in total, all of these sum to an odd amount, but the whole box sums to an odd amount. And so therefore, this digit must be even, and hence it must be a 6. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that, of course, makes that a 7, which makes that a 3, makes this a 1, 2, 4. Gets rid of my 1 and 2 there. That's 2 60 dances in a row. That's true. So I know the sum of these now, because the whole 3 times the sum of these is 39. So these 2 sum to 13. So they're certainly not 6, 7 for whatever that's worth. These also sum to 13. I mean, the fact that they sum to 13 does mean there has to be a 1 on them for whatever that's worth. Let's see. And so now I can follow this around, can't I? Because now I know these sum to 13, these sum to 14. So these sum to 28. And so these together sum to 28 plus 13. 28 plus 13 is 41. And so I actually now know that this is a 4. Jenna saw that as well. I see. Oh yeah, no, I don't know 14 and 4 cells. 14 and 4 cells, I only know if it doesn't use a 1. So these are 13 and 4 without a 3. 13 and 4 without a 3 is interesting. I think. Maybe not. Or sorry, without a 4. Do I need a 3, I guess is the question. Can I make this sum without a 3? And so if I don't use a 3, I would be at least 1, 2, 5, 6. 1, 2, 5, 6 is too many. So I need a 3, and so the 3 has to go there. And now 3 plus 1 is 4, and I'm going for 13, so the others need to add to 9. And so I can't do 1, 8, or 3, 6. So I can only do 2, 7, because I also can't do 4, 5. So these are 1, 2, 7. There we go. Okay, so these are 1, 2, 7. So I now know what these digits are. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 6. Yes, it would be great to have access to the killer calculator here. Let's see. This is summing to 14. So I definitely need a 1 and a 2, right? If I don't use a 1 and a 2 for the 14, then a minimum of 1, 4, 5, 6, and that's too many. So I need to use the 1 and the 2. And now I need these two to add to 11, but they can't be 2, 9, 3, 8, or 4, 7, so they have to be 5, 6. And so therefore, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not a 4, not a 7. This looks like a sextuple, and it is, so we get a 1, 2, 3 up here, which is going to be very interesting with this line, which has a big total, I think. We get a triple down here. 1, 2, 3, so these are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The fact that... so I should know what these are, right? These should be exactly 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which means this is not a 5 or a 6. This is an 8 or a 9, and that's not a 7. It's an 8 or a 9. Garion was doing that math for me, but I think we got the same thing. Row 2, column 4, and row 2, column... Okay, yes. Garion and I got the same thing for all of this. The 1, 2, 4 points up, meaning that's not a 4. I agree with that assessment. Let's see. So these are still summing to 13. And now they're not 4, 9. And they're not 6, 7. So these have to be 5, 8, I believe. So that's not 5 or 8. Can I sum to 14? So what's the minimum sum of these two? Because these 3 cells need to sum to 14, but the minimum of these is actually 5, 6. So the minimum of these is 5, 6, which is already 11, and I'm going for 14. So that means this is always a 1, 2, or a 3 at the very least. And if I don't use a 5, then because I can't use a 7 either, the minimum of these is 5, 8, which is already 13, which I guess is fine. Never mind, that's fine. Nicholas notes this 7 can be placed in column 9. It has to go there. I agree, that's a good spot. Also spotted by Martin. So let's see. Let's write in the the remaining stuff. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is not a 6 for sure. Can I possibly put a 9 in here? 9 and 5 is already 14. No. So in fact, oh no, I don't know that this is a 9. Can I put an 8 in here? Yeah, 8 and 5 is 13. And then I could put a 1 there. Okay, so 8 would be fine. But if I don't put a 5 in here, I think I'm already over. Because if I don't put a 5, these are now 14 already. So there has to be a 5 in one of these two cells, so that's not a 5. And so it's either 5, 6 is 11, and I need 3 more, or it's 5, 8 is 13, and I need 1 more. In other words, this is never a 2. Let's see. The sum of these has to be pretty large. I don't know if that's very interesting, but it's true. Yeah, this string is interesting, but I don't have much about it. Right. We do know the sum of this line. I was forgetting. We know the sum of this line is 26 from box 5. So I need to get to 26 up here, which is going to be very difficult given that 2 of these digits have to be small. And so what's the maximum sum of these? It's 5 plus 7 is 12. So I need these to sum to at least 14. And if I use the 4, they don't. So that is several people in chat were pointing that out. I was missing the fact that I knew the sum of this line somehow. So these, in fact, actually need to sum to 26 minus 17, which is to say they need to sum to 7? That can't be right. What do they need to sum to? 26. Wait, why isn't it 26 minus 17? Oh, 26 minus 17 is 9. That's the point. So these need to sum to 9. So this can't be a 7. I was just doing my math wrong. So these need to sum to 9. And so it's either 5, 1, 3 or 6, 1, 2. But there's always a 1 up here, so this is never a 1. Let's see. Is there something wrong with this being 6, 1, 2? I don't think so. At least not that jumps out at me immediately. Do we know which of these is bigger and smaller? Ambrose is asking about this. So this is at least 9, but at most 11. So this is at least 9 and at most 11. And so therefore, this can't be double that in any universe. This has got to be half. So this is the big one, and this is the small one. Which means in particular, the sum here needs to be even. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to have it. So that's a 6, a 5, and a 7. That's slick. And so these need to sum to 5, in fact, exactly. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. And these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, except they don't have a 4, so they don't have a 1 either. So these are a 2, 3 pair, which makes that a 1. Which beautifully makes this a 2, 3, which makes this not a 2, 3. It makes it a 1, 4 pair. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Okay, so this is the big digit in my sum to 10. So it's not a 6. This is a 7 or 8 with a 2 or 3. to make that work. Oh, it's being pointed out that I know these 3 digits sum to 9, so I probably know which digit this is. It's a 2 and an 8, and a 5 and an 8. So that's not an 8, and that's not an 8. There was some arithmetic thing going on over here, but I don't remember what it was anymore. I'll probably have to remind myself at a later date what was going on over there. So this column has a triple left, which are 2. No, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6. We need a 7. We've got an 8. We need a 9. Okay. Yeah, we know these two sum to 10. Do we know whether they're 1, 9, or 4, 6? So if they're 1, 9, it's in that order. If they're 4, 6, it's in that order. And then these, I think, could be literally anything. I know one of these two is a 6 for the box, so we can do a little bit of Sudoku there. I don't think it tells me much, though. I suppose I could work out what the possible totals are for this line, although that sounds painful. The total is definitely odd. Which makes this total even. That seems very difficult to use at the moment. Let's see. Do I know anything about the 7 in this box? I don't think so. Oh, I do know the 5 in this box is in one of these two cells, so I know this cell isn't a 5, actually. This cell's only a 7 or a 9. Let's see. I'll go ahead and just write in these digits just in case any Sudoku happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So not a lot of Sudoku seems to have happened, if I'm being honest. I was hopeful that might do something. But does not seem to have. I know there's a 7 over down here somewhere. Is there really something I can do with this line? Garion has lots and lots of math about all of this. So Garion's point, I think, starts with noting that the minimum that this line can sum to is 3, 5, 6. Which is already 14. And so, at minimum, this is 14 plus 10 is 24. And so, the maximum of this is I'm not quite sure. Well, I understand that the total is 16 or 18. Those are the only possibilities. But you said it was going to blow the total for this box, so I assume that I have to actually look at... I have to look at all the things I know about the totals of this box. Unless you're just not using this line when you look at the total. Oh, box 6! Sorry, in my brain I thought you were saying that we were breaking the total in box 8. But it was box 6 you were talking about? Okay, so these sum to... So if these sum to 18, then these would sum to 18 plus 7 is 25. Plus these sum to 14 is 39. Plus 6 is 45, and then this would not work. Okay. I agree. I agree with your assessment. So, well, FJam figured out that it breaks box 6, and that's at least not too bad. This is grindier than I would prefer. So there's two possible totals for here based on whether it's 7 or 9 that I put over here. So those two totals are 16 and 18. But if I make the total here 18, then if I come over to this box, these sum to 18 plus 14 is 36. No, that's not right. 18 plus 14 is 32. Plus 7 is 39. This cell is minimum 6. That's already 45. This cell would have to be a 0. So I can't make this sum to 18. So therefore, this has to sum, in fact, to 16 instead. And so that is 3, 6, and 7, if I want it to sum to 16. And so, therefore, this is 5 and 9. So this is 7. So therefore, that's not 7. Now, there is a 7 on this line. This is a 3. These aren't 3. But now that this does sum to 16, we're still going to learn that this can't be a 9. Because this being 16 makes this 16, plus 14 is 30, plus 7 is 37, means these two need to add to 8. If this were a 9, this would have to be a -1. That's not going to work. So that's a 6, and that's a 2, and that's a 7 and a 6. And a 5, and a 1 and a 2, and an 8. This needed to sum to 14, so that's a 3. So that's a 9 and a 5. These three digits are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 1, though. So that's a 1. So that's a 4 and a 1. What did I do? Oh, this is supposed to be a 1. Got it. Okay. 9 and 5. So sorry, let's redo this. Okay, so these are now 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 4, and 9. Okay, so that's not a 9. That's not a 3. Let's see. That's not a 1 or a 7. That's not a 1 or a 7 either. That's not a 2 or a 9. That's not a 2 or a 9. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this has become a 9, though. So that's a 9. That's an 8. These are a 4, 8 pair. So, of course, those aren't 8. Those are from 5, 6, 9. Let's see. The 7 on this line does interest me, because this line needs to sum to either, because this line summed to 16. This line needs to sum to 15 or 17. So the 7's kind of interesting. Let's see. I still don't know which way of making 10 is happening here. I at least know this isn't 2, 8 anymore. Do I know that this cell can't be a 2? Probably not. Let's see. Surely something nice is happening. I know one of these two is 2, for whatever that's worth. Let's see. Well, these digits are only from a handful of options, so maybe there's something Sudoku logical happening, although it seems unlikely. So we've got the 1, 2, 3, 4. We can put in 5, 6. We've got a 7. And we need an 8 and a 9. Don't think that was interesting. So this is not 2, 8. This could be 1, 9. It's not 2, 8. It could be 3, 7. And it could be 4, 6. Are there any of these that we know anything about? I don't think so. I know that that's not the 7, so that's not the 3. Smart point from Nicholas. I know there's a 3 up here in this box, actually, if I look closely. So these are not 7 or 3. Okay, so that gets it down to 2 options. Andrew is doing killer calculator nonsense, I think. Let's see. I will use it if I need to. So let's see. So what's left in this column? This is not going to be useful. I need a 1. I've got a 2 and a 3. I need a 4. I got a 5 and a 6 and a 7, and I need an 8 or a 9. Let's see. So I guess one thing we can say, so people are looking at what the parity of the tree is. So these cells add to an odd total. These cells add to 10. So that's all an odd total. So this can only be 2 or 8 because of that. Sorry, 2 or 4 or 8. Because it's got to be even, but it's not 6. So I know this total is 16. I haven't heard any real arguments that this can't be 17, or sorry, that this can't be 17. I think the argument is I looked at the killer combinations for 17, but I don't have that here. So I can't really check it. But I do agree there's only 2 possibilities for this line. So, okay, so I can rule out 8 here. So the point, so I can at least make this 2 or 4. And the way to make this 2 or 4 is to note that the 2 options, so this always sums to 10, this always sums to 16. So that's 26. If we add 15 to 26, then we get 41, and this would have to be a 4. Or if we add 17, we get 43, and this would have to be a 2. So this isn't an 8. And the reason why people are interested in that is it gets us a 1, 2, 4 triple in the row. So this is not a 1 or a 4, so this is not a 6 or a 9. I don't know if it does very much, but it might eventually. So Garion is explaining that I can do this. I can do this in a very clever way, which is to notice that that if I make the total 17, I need to find 2 digits that add to 10 to join the 7 in this box. But I've cleverly killed all of the ways, or Oddlyeven has cleverly killed all the ways to make 17. Because you can't do 7 plus 3, 7, and you can't do 1, 9, 2, 8, or 4, 6. So that's very nice. So we can't make it 17, so it's got to be 15. So we need the total here to be 15. So I need the total over here to be 15. So I need 2 digits that add to 8. So I need a 3 and a 5. So these are 3, 5, 7. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got all of those. That presumably maybe did something. Maybe it did absolutely nothing. I'm not convinced it did anything. That's all very unfortunate. Let's see. Yeah, if we just cheat, we just know that this is a 1 and a 9. And you just have to watch the rest of the solve to figure out why that was a 1 and a 9. I believe is the that's perhaps the intended step. So if we do that, if you're curious, by the way, it's because people know that this is a 4 secretly. So I'm just going to remove the 2 candidate. But anyway, this becomes a 9 through that magic. So that's a 5, a 6, and a 9. That is not a 9, and that's not a 9. This is supposed to be a 6. I will charge the thing. This is now a naked single. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 5. So that is not 5. Oh, it is far from the first time, Nicholas. But it has happened. I do my very best to make good betting tree logic. Let's see. These need to add to 16, so these two need to add to 11. So they can't be 5, 6, or 2, 9. So they're either 3, 8 or 4, 7. But they're not 4, 7 for mysterious reasons. So they're 3, 8. And so that is 7. That is 8. That is not 7. So that is 2 and 3. And that's 5 and 3. This is not 8, and that's not 8. This is a 6-9 pair, so these aren't 9. That's a 1-4 pair, so that's an 8. That's a 6-9 pair, so that's a 5. This is not a 2 anymore. This is not an 8 anymore. That's a 6-9 pair, so that is an 8. This has become a 4 and an 8 and a 6 and a 5. 6 and... Ah! Stop it! 6 and 5. My keypad is being awful. I don't know. It's probably the battery. I will try and get it charged before next time. 1 and 4. 9 and 8. 4 and 2 and 1 and 7 and 3 and 7 and 2 and 1. It's a very clever puzzle, by the way. I'm very pleased with the with this. So that's 1 and 9 and 6 and 4. 9 and 6 and 1. So these are, let's see, I need a 2 and a 4 in the row. This is the other, I need a 2 and a 4 in the row, but neither of these can be a 4. So that's the 4. That's the 2. I need a 2 in the row, and it has to go there. And I need something else in the row, and it has to go there. I think it's a 7. And then this box also needs a 6 to go there. And then lastly, to the surprise of everyone, the betting tree is a 4. That was very cool. I quite enjoyed that. Lots of neat stuff going on there. Quite a lot of nifty stuff there. I enjoyed that. Success. I always enjoy oddly even puzzles. I don't come across them that often. Daniel vindicated on the choice to continue betting 4. Continue betting 4 until it's 4. Always a good strategy. Sleep well, Daniel. Very beautiful puzzle. Very nice. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll pick out another puzzle, and then we'll be back to do another puzzle. Be right back. Alrighty, I know Simon beat me to this one, but I want to do it anyway. So this is Wrogn Answers Only, and I think this is the first Wrogn puzzle I've seen that really takes the premise seriously. Because every other Wrogn puzzle I've seen does something like, oh, the thermos you have to interpret are backwards, or something else like that. And those things, to me, completely break the whole idea of a Wrogn puzzle, because then you're just giving a thermo and it's just backwards. This puzzle, I believe, having read the rules, is purely purely wrong. Every piece of information is just purely a statement about the thing that is wrong. Oh, by the way, I think I misspoke. I think Under Beyond's example actually did that. But like the original Demano one, and even the Piotr V one that I really liked did other things. Whereas this is not that. This is every clue is either completely right or completely wrong based on that. Okay. So we've got to just make every clue wrong. Oh, Jay Dyer has a Wrogn puzzle? Okay, I'm very excited to have a Jay Dyer Wrogn puzzle in my life. This is the kind of thing I need in my life. Alrighty, so it hasn't been published yet. Okay, that explains why I didn't see it the other day, because the other day I went through LMB and just scooped a whole bunch of stuff into the bucket. Alright. So the circle digits are quads that are saying one of the digits around the circle is that thing. So this one, for example, is saying one of these digits is a 4, which means none of these digits are a 4. This one, though, is saying that one of these digits is a 4 and one of them is a 7. So this is in fact wrong as long as there is not a 4 or not a 7 involved. We can put down a betting tree. Has anyone who's, say, watched Simon solve of this know what cell Simon filled last? Or anyone who solved this themselves, etc.? For example, in this box, you can see that because all of these 2 clues are wrong, we can actually place the 2 right away. But we will not dance for this 2. We will wait and dance for another 2 or another digit at a later date. But that's how this is going to work. Let's see. Row 2, column 5 is our betting tree. Not all wrong clues are given. Alrighty. So whisper lines, the digits along the line, would normally have to be at least 5 apart. That just means one of these pairs of digits, they're not at least 5 apart. A Renbon... Excuse me. A Renbon of this sort is correct if all the digits form a consecutive sequence with no repeats. And white dots mean the digits are consecutive. Black dots mean the digits have a ratio of 2 to 1. X's mean the digits sum to 10. V's mean the digits sum to 5. And this palindrome means that these 2 digits are the same. And this palindrome means that these 2 digits are the same. Oh, and the thermo means that the digits go from smaller to larger along the thing. All right. So let's get started. I know the 9 in this box is down here in this row at the bottom, because it can't go on any of those clues. So I actually can rule 9 out of all of these cells in this box. I know the 7 can't be on here because it with the 2 would make this correct. So the 7 has to be in one of these things. Oh, good point. 1 in box 8 can be pencil marked because it can't go on any of these quads. So the 1 in box 8 is on this this 1 per Gary, or on this V. So not with a 4, importantly. Oh, and the 1 in this box as well. Same thing in box 7. The 1 in this box goes over here. Oh, I have a dancing... why is 1... For whatever reason, whenever I hit 1, it's trying to switch me between number lock and caps lock. Is something sitting on my keyboard downstairs, Tristan? I don't know. Something weird is happening with my keys today. Anyway, the 1 is down here because it's not on any of these. So that's going to place a 1, in fact, exactly here. Because I can't put a 1 on... Oh, no, I can put a 1 on this quad. So there's a 1 there, up there. Oh, no, I'm wrong, because there can be a 1 on this 1-2 quad, sorry. Yep. There can be a 1 on this 1-2 quad. Yep. All I know is that 1... I do know that 1, though, is not in the top row, so it is still correct to say that 1 is up here in this box. That part is still right. Because of Jovi Wing. Let's see. 1 in box 5 is not in any of these cells. Ah, yes. 1 in box 5. Oh, Xendari is upgraded to windmill. Thank you very much. I was trying to see what the dinosaur is dancing for. Thank you. You can have a windmill dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! Woo! 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 Woohoo! Wow! Wee! Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Xendari. Greatly appreciated. So 1 can't go across a black dot from a 2. It's not equal to 2, so the 1 has to go here. And we'll do a digit dance for that. Woohoo! Bloop! Waha! Ba-da-ba-da! Waha! Ba-da-ba-da! Waha! Wee-hee-hee-hee! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. Alrighty, so we've got our 1 now. So now does that tell us things about 9s? Because now I can't put a 9 in any of these 4 places. I can't put a 9 there or there. So it does indeed place 9 now. And so now 9 in this box is over here somewhere. Oh, all of the clues are shrunken a little bit to make the grid a little less ridiculous. That's a very smart to the setter. By the way, hey James, welcome. Glad to have you here for this. Okay. 1 in this box now can only go up in row 1. Because I can't put a 1 on a quad. I've got this 1 in this row. So now 1 in this box needs to go down here. And that's super interesting because of the fact that I can't put both 1 and 9 here. So this digit's always a 1 or a 9. Because if I didn't make this a 1 or a 9, these would be a 1-9 pair, and the X would be correct. And I have to make sure not to make the X correct. Let's see. So I can't put a 4 here or here or here or here. So in this box, the 4 can only go here or here by the combination of the fact that I can't make the V's true and I can't make the black dots true. So this digit can't be 1. That's correct. This digit's not 1. Because if this digit were 1, it would make that a 9 and would make this X correct. That's true. And so now 9 in this box goes in one of these cells. Because it can't go on the quadruple, because 1 is definitely on the quadruple. Okay. 4 in box 4 goes on the black dot / the Renbon because of the 4 quadruple. Let's see. So I can't, of course, put a 2 with it. I know I can't put a 7 over here, but I could put a 7 there, as far as I can tell. Let's see. One of these two is a 4, so this can never be a 5, because of the consecutive dots. So if this isn't a 5, I need to put my 5 in one of these 3 cells. Are there any of these cells that I know aren't a 5? So I'm a little hesitant to mark 3 cells, but if I could get it down to 2, I would happily splurge on a pencil mark. Why end 8, Nicholas? Let's see. Garion says if this cell is a 4, you can't put 3 or 5 next to it. And so if this cell is a 4, then now these digits... why can't one of these be a 3? I don't think I see why one of these can't be a 3 if this is a 4. Yes, but Garion's argument is if this is a 4, then Sudoku forces the Whisper to be correct. Oh, okay. I guess I was confusing myself. I was convincing myself I couldn't use the white dots for Garion's argument, but I can use the white dots for Garion's argument. If this is a 4, these two cells can't be 1 or 2. They can't be 3, 4, or 5. And so now they're from 6, 7, 8, and the German Whisper is right. Okay, yes. I agree with Garion, and it's awesome. So that's a 4. So now this is a 9. So none of those are 9. These aren't 9. And so now we've got that. This isn't 1, but we already knew that wasn't 1. So one of these two digits has to be a... oh, no, it could be a 5. Okay, so now where does 5 go? 5 can't go here or here anymore. Somehow I thought I knew something better about where 5 could go, but never mind. I'm not correct. I think what I said about 3s and 5s before was completely bogus. The 1s give a Jovi wing, Nicholas is pointing out, because these 1s are the 1 in column 8 and column 9, so the 1 in this column is up here. Right. This can't be 3 or 5. So this Whisper can't be broken, is Ambrose's point. So this Whisper must be broken. And if this Whisper must be broken, then this has got to be a 3 or a 5. In order to make the Whisper broken. If I just write down the candidates for what this cell can be, it's not that many. This is, let's see, it could be, can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This could be 6, 7, or 8 only. Excellent point from Eric. That places 4 in box 4. Because now this can't be a 4 because it's always consecutive with 3, 5 regardless. So that's a 4. So that's not a 1. And so now that's a 1. Very sweet sequence there. So now we've got a 4 on this string of dots over here. This digit is also a 6, 7, or 8. I agree. I don't think I can place 7 in box 5. Oh, I know this isn't a 7 because of the 2, 7. Thank you. I completely missed this 2, 7 again. So none of these are 7. And so actually I do know that 7 is down here. Okay. And if I know that 7's down here, I know this digit's not an 8 because it would be next to a 7. Yeah, I just totally forgot about these quads. So there's 7s pointing over down there. So now one of these two is an 8. Let's see. Oh, not 6 for the same reason. Yep. Exact same argument tells me it's not 6 because the 6 would then be next to the 7. So now 6 and 8 in this box. The other 6, 8 has to go here because the 6, 8 can't go next to the 7. And so now this is the other 3, 5. Oh, there's a pencil mark for 4. There's a 4-7 quad. People kept telling me to look at 7 in box 4, and I kept being like, I can't say anything about 7 in box 4. But I can because there's a quad, and somehow my brain is considering the quads are invisible. So therefore, that's a 7. Because this quad already has a 4, it can't also have a 7. Let's see. So this digit, what can this digit be? It can't be a 1 or a 2. I think it could be a 3 or a 4 or a... No, it can't be a 4. Sorry, it could be a 3 or a 5. It can't be 6, 7, or 8, or 9. So this digit can only be a 3 or a 5. And so that's a 3-5 pair. So this row only has a handful of digits left in it, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not 4. Sorry, 1, 2, 6, 8. That's what's left. Oops. Ah! Stop it! 2, 6, 8. There we go. 2 would make the whisper. Oh, darn it. Damn it. Nope. That's not how it works. Never mind. Sorry. In my brain, this whisper was 3 cells long, but this whisper is 4 cells long. I've been so looking at this one box at a time that I wasn't looking out of the box. Okay. Row 5, column 3 is not a 9 by Invisible Quad. I agree. So this is a 9 by Sudoku of all things. So the 7 is up here on this X. So the 3 isn't on the X. So the 3 is either here or here. I don't think I know which yet. Interestingly, I know this isn't a 3 or a 5. So let's see, what can this be? So this is not 1, 4, 7, or 9, and it's not 3 or 5 either. Because if this were a 3 or a 5, it would make a 3-5 pair, which would make the Renbon correct. So this can only be 2, 6, or 8. It's not 2 or 8, people say. Oh, because of the black dot. Wow. Yes, so it's just a 6. And that's an 8 and a 6. Okay, gorgeous. Okay, yes, there's a black dot. Boy, looking at every clue in this puzzle is hard. So now this white dot tells me that's the 3 and that's the 5. So we've got all of that. So this box only has a handful of digits left. Let's write them in. So we've got a 1, we need a 2 and a 3, we've got a 4, we need a 5, we've got a 6 and a 7, and we need an 8. But none of those are 5, so therefore this one is 5. And these are 2, 3, 8. And I can't put the 3 here, because if I put the 3 here, it will make those a 2, 8. And I can't put the 3 here, because if I put the 3 here, it will make those a 2, 8. And so therefore that one is the 3. And I can't make this an 8, because it would make the whisper true, so that's a 2. That's an 8. And so now this digit has to be not larger than 6. So this has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it can't be 1 or 2. So this has to be 3, 4, or 5 only in order to break the whisper. These are a pair of 1 and something else. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. I think these are a 1, 6 pair. And so because these are a 1-6 pair, this can't be a 1 anymore. Because if this is a 1, it would force that to be a 6, and then the Whisper would be correct. So actually, weirdly, this deadly pattern fixes the deadly pattern somehow. So therefore, that's not the 1. So that is the 1, which makes that the 6 and the 1, which now means that this digit can't be higher than 5. And so this is 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, these digits are going to have to do a gooseberry thing, I bet, because, oh yeah, there's a 2 and a 4 in here. So the 2 and the 4 have to stay apart, so these are a 2-4 pair. And then this digit is just whatever. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, it is a 5. And so these are a triple that consists of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I know one of these isn't a 7. It's that one I know is not the 7. Let's see. Do any of these touch clues that I should care about? I don't think so. Oh, 3 and 7. No, 3 and 7 need to stay apart. Because if I put 3 and 7 next to each other, then they X each other. So 3 and 7 can't be in the middle. That's got to be the 8, the 3, and the 7. And now this can't be a 4 because it would make the Renbon correct. So that's a 2 and a 4. I remember back in the day when people thought I was the chaotic setter. Now, so many setters have eclipsed me in terms of doing being any sort of chaos demon. Okay, so this digit can't whisper 8, or the whisper is correct. So this can't be 1, 2, or 3. It could be 4 or 5 or 6. It can't be 7, 8, or 9, though. And it can't actually be 5 or 6 because of the column. So this is, in fact, actually a 4. Meaning that this digit over here is not a 4. It's funny. I think actually K and T is one of the saner, like, more tame setters now, too. When I think, like, Chaos Demon setter energy, I'm thinking, like, well, this, of course, but I'm also thinking, like, Andrew Sarkis, Math Pesto, like, earlier we did a puzzle where there were, like, 2 1s or 2 2s in every row, all kinds of stuff. This can't be a 3 or a 5, for whatever that is worth. It can't be a 1 either. Do I really want to write out what this can be? Yes. So this can't be a 1 or a 2 or a 4 or an 8 to start. It can't be a 3 or a 5 by white dottage. So this can only be a 6, 7, or 9 before I even look around to see if there's any other clues. But I think that's it. I think 6, 7, or 9 are the options for that cell. Let's see. I know there's a 1 up here. How on earth am I going to use the fact that these aren't a 7-8 pair? Because, like, literally all this Renbon is doing is telling me these aren't a 7-8 pair, which seems ridiculous. But I assume will be useful someday. Let's see. I mean, I appreciate that you have made this work. I could ask where the 4 goes in this column, but I fear the answer is lots of places. So the 4 could be here, or it could be on this black dot. So the 4 is always on a black dot, for whatever it's worth. Let's see. I do suppose I know there's a 4 over here. Does knowing there's a 4 over here in this box do something? Okay, there we go. Okay, Ambrose has the spot. 1 has been ruled out of all of this stuff. So 1 is on this quad. And if 1's on this quad, 2 isn't, which tells me that 2 has to be in one of these 2 cells because it can't be in a column with a 2 either. So there's a 2 here, which assuredly must be useful, right? Theoretically. tells me that cell's not an 8. That cell's also not an 8. Oh, right. The 3 tells me that that's not a 2. So that is the 2, because 2 and 3 crop each other per Ambrose. So that's not an 8. So 8 only in one of 7 places in this box, I believe. Actually, only 5, because 8 can't go in a column with an 8 either. This now can't be a 1 or a 4. I already knew. Okay, so that rules out 4 from this entire box. So 4 now is stuck, and 4 can't go in a quad with a 4. So 4 is now in one of these 2 cells in this column. And so now if the 4 is up here, neither the 2 nor the 8 are. So the 2 and 8 need to make their way down somewhere else. So unfortunately, I don't see why that is a thing. Oh, this whisper is not broken yet. That's a good point. So let's break the whisper. So this can't be 7 or greater. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops, sorry, I hit too many buttons. And so out of those, this can only be... Wait. I did that wrong. Let me try again. Okay, so this needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So this is a 6. That's the thing. That's the elegant way to say that. So this is a 6. Is it possible that if this is the 9, it somehow forces this whisper to be correct? I don't think so. Not yet, anyway. This digit has a lot of digits looking at it. So this can't be a 1, 2, 3, or 4. It can't be a 5 or 6. So this digit can only be a 7 or a 9, actually. Oh, and it can't be a 9. This is a naked single 7 of all things in the world. Insane. So therefore, this is a 9, and now I do have to break this whisper. So this can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. So this has got to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But it's not 6, 7, or 9. So it's got to be 5 or 8. I don't think I have an opinion between 5 and 8 as of yet. Let's see. We can look at this row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is a 5 or an 8. I don't think I know anything about that. Oh, but I have a 5-8 pair now, so that's not a 5, and this isn't a 5 or an 8. So that's only a 3 or a 4. Okay, so we're making some progress. Okay, so this digit now can't be 5 or 8, because if it were 5 or 8, this would force the thing to be correct. Through the magic of that, would make that the different one, would make that the same one. So I can write in all the candidates again and take out 5 and 8, as well as 9, 3... Oops, I think I screwed up. As well as 9, 2, 4, and 6. So this can only be 1, 3, or 7 to start with. And it can't be 1 because of the quad, so this can only be 3 or 7. And because that's 3 or 7, the other 3 and 7 in this box can't go on the X. So, for example, if this is not a 3, the 3 is placed here. If this is not a 7, then the 7 goes over here. I feel like I should be able to do something with that, but I can't quite see what it is yet. Let's see. I guess 7's just going to get placed here, basically. Otherwise this Renbon would be useless. 4 in box 8 is in column 5. I can't put 4 there, and I can't put 4 there. So yes, 4 in box 8 is in column 5, I agree. One of these two is a 4. Okay, so yes, so Chameleon makes a smart point, which is where are 2 and 8 in column 4? They aren't there, so they're in these cells. But that means that these cells are a 1, 2, 8 triple, because the 1 is also in there. So these are a 1, 2, 8 triple, which means that these are a 4, 7 pair. Which means that this digit is not 4 or 7. For the same reason. If this were 4 or 7, it would bounce through this and make that correct. So this is down immediately to 1, 3, 5, and 9. So, you know, that's technically something. Let's see. 7 is placed in box 8. Ah, right. 7 is now placed in box 8 because of that. Good spot. Okay, so 7 now can't go here because it would make a 3-7 pair. So that is a 7. And so that's a 3 by my earlier comment that the 3 can't go next to the 7. So that is delightful. Occasionally I remember things. Only very, very occasionally. Don't get used to it or expect it. This column needs a 1, and we've got a 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5 and a 6. We've got a 7 and 8 and a 9. So this is not 3 or 6 or 1. So this is just a naked single 5. So none of these are 5. These are 1, 3, and 6 in some order. I don't think any of them touch relevant clues as it currently sits. But that makes that an 8 and that a 5. These aren't 8, which makes that an 8. I almost reflexively said that this digit was even, which would not have been a good good deduction. So I presumably know what this digit is. I think it's a 4. And so So 7 in column 3 now has to be in one of these two spots. Ah, but it can't be there now because now we sorted out this run rod. So that's not a 7. So the only place for 7 in the column is there, which is very nice. So we get those 7s into the grid, which places a 7 here by Sudoku. These digits are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. This isn't 3 or 5. I don't know that I know anything else about any of these other digits. I know that there's a 7, in fact, exactly here, just by Sudoku. That's the only place 7 can go. 4 has apparently been placed... no, I have not placed 4. I've just ruled 4 out of that cell. Has that all the 7s? That looks like all the 7s. Okay, we've got all the 7s. Yes, where's the 9 in this box? Asks Garion. And that is a good point, because the 9 can't go on the 1-9 quad now that there's a 1 on the 1-9 quad. So that's the 9 and the 4 and the 3 and the 1. And the 2 and the 1. And so we're down to those. Oh, and so that's a 5. And so that's the 5 for this column. Otherwise, this column won't have a 5. So these are not 1 or 5. They are 3 or 9. This column, we're going to pencil mark a lot of stuff. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is not a 9. That's not a 4. That's not a 4. No, not that column. This row also needs 4, 6, and 8. But that one's not a 4. It also can't be a 6, because if this were a 6, it would make the thermo correct. So that's an 8. Bouncing back and making these a 4, 6, which makes that not a 6. It makes it an 8 or a 9 only. This is also an 8 or a 9, but it's not a 9. So therefore it's an 8, and that's the 9. So these aren't 9. This is next to a 5, so it's not a 4 or a 6, and so therefore it's an 8, and that's a 6. And so that's a 4, and that's a 6. This triple, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I put in too many digits. I wasn't supposed to put in 7. Bonus digit. That way you get just that one extra elimination for your money out of watching the stream. So we get all of that. These are a triple. They are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not a 3, not a 6, not a 2. Oops. Dagnabbit. Not a 3, not a 6, not a 2. Usually I don't have my number pad fighting me, so it's just my own hubris and ignorance causing errors, but now I also have that. Let's see, there's a 1, a 2, and a 6, and we've got 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 already. That one's not a 6. Okay, so that 1-2 pair has made this a 3. Made neither of these be 3s. So this can't be a 1 anymore, because if this is a 1, that's a 2. And this can't be anything less than it anymore. So this can't be a 1, because again, if this was a 1, it will force this thermo to be correct, because that'll be a 1, that'll be a 2, that'll be a 3, and then what's this going to be? Well, not 1, 2, or 3, so it'll be bigger than that. So this is not the 1. This is, so that's the 1, is my point. That's a 2 and a 1. The 6 and a 1. Not a 1. It might be something more complicated than that also, because every time I hit 1, it is also adjusting the number lock on my laptop. So I think something is like weirdly pressing a key or something. I don't know exactly. We'll figure it out before next stream. But something very serious is wrong technologically. Let's see. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is a 3. This is not a 3 or an 8. That's not a 3 or a 6. That has made that a 9 and a 3. That has made this a digit. That has made that a 2. This has become a 6 and a 2 and a 3, and a 6 and a 5 and an 8. These have become a 2. Oops. These have become a 2, which goes there, and a 7, which, no, not a 7. Try again. And a 9, which goes there. There we go, that's better. This is a 5, and our betting tree for this very lovely puzzle is a 9. What did I screw up? Oh, no, okay. We're done, but we don't have answer check on because the clues would be mad at us. Very lovely puzzle. I enjoyed that quite a bit as well. Quite a bit to enjoy there. Very nice. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and do some 6x6s. This was very cool. I will be right back. Let's see. I think I might have fixed it. I might have needed, for whatever reason, to hit the PC Mac button. That might have made it better. Alrighty, this is a puzzle called Symmetry by Florian. So we've got our 6x6 here. By the way, if you have not yet sort of become aware of the way this works, there's just a thread on the Discord on Puzzle Plaza in my room in the zetamath discussion for submitting 6x6s. And then at the end of stream, when there's not quite enough time left for me to confidently say I can do another 9x9, I'll usually end on doing 6x6s. Although I admit lately I've just been doing a bajillion Nurikabi, so I'm kind of tempted to do one of those, but I will spare you for the moment. So this black dot sees a 2, so it needs to be 3, 6. This one certainly needs to have a 2 on it in order to make that work. So there's definitely a 3 and a 6 in this row. Let's see. This digit I know is up there. Oh, wow. Okay, that's very clever. None of these cells can be a 5, so the Renbon needs to have a 5 on it. And so the Renbon is from 4, 5, 6. Afraid Not is all over that. So that is interesting. That was very cleverly done. Oh, right. Right. One of these two has to be 3, 6. There's only 1, 2 in this box. And so one of these needs to be 3, 6. Whichever of them is 3, 6 makes a virtual pair with that 3, 6. Afraid Not also explaining that to me, which means that's not a 3. There's no 6 on here, which means there's no 4 in that cell. And so these digits are just 1, 2, 3, and 6. And of course, that one's not 2. One of these two is a 3. Let's see. These digits aren't 4 or 5 because they see 4 and 5. So although this is a bit gratuitous, I'm going to make these as 1, 2, 3, 6, and these as 1, 2, 3, 6. Oh, because I don't know. In my brain, I thought I knew one of these was a 6, but I only know one of these 3 is a 6, so my 3 pencil mark is actually one of those cells. That is not that is not probably worth investigating. Let's see. So this cell at least can't be a 1 because the cell above it is a 1 or a 2. And so if this was a 1, that would be a 2, and that wouldn't work. This is the tiniest of tiny deductions. This cell is 1, 3, 5 because it's odd. This cell can't be a 1 either, but this one could be a 4 or a 5. So this is not immediately yielding good things. So the white dot in column 2. Ah, right. One of these 3 is a 1, 2, and all of them see this dot. So this can't be 1, 2 either. That is a good spot from Garion. Oh, is there always a 3, 6 on this? There is always a 3, 6 on this. Wow. Afraid Not is killing it with this puzzle. This white dot needs a 3, 6. If this white dot doesn't have a 3, 6, it can't be 1, 2, and it can't be 4, 5, and so that's it. That's all it can be. So there's definitely a 3, 6 here. So these digits are never 3 or 6. And so they're the other ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the only digits that can be here. Because one of these things on the diagonal is a 1, Isabella. I need to put the 1 on the diagonal somewhere, and it's always going on a black dot. Okay. By the way, I'm reminded to take a second. If you have not yet done so, please take a second to like the stream. It is your thumb up is very much appreciated by me and by the magic YouTube algorithm. I was looking at the fact that this goes in one of these two places. Do I know something more than that? I could imagine that I do. Box 5. Oh, box 5. So this digit always goes here. That's a good spot from Xendari. I did not mean to make that black. That's a little aggressive. So this digit always goes there. Interesting. So it goes up in one of these two cells. I don't know. The logic mirrors in box 2. It does, actually. I was thinking it didn't, but it does. So yellow in this box now goes here. So yellow is in one of those two, although I don't know that that's leading to positive things. Are we trying to prove that yellow can't go here? Or that orange can't go here? Because if yellow can't go here or orange can't go here, we know which is 4 and which is 5. That does tell me that these digits can't be 4 or 5, so these digits are from 1, 2, 3, 6, and they're not 2, of course. So these are, so that does give me, of all things, yes, okay, so here's Jay's point, beautiful. So these two cells both see yellow and orange, and so these two cells can't be 4, 5, which now gives me, of all things, a 1, 3, 6 triple in the column, which means this has to be yellow. So it is the other 4, 5, as they say. That is something. So this is from 1, 2, 3, 6. For whatever that is worth. That was very unexpected by me. Yellow in box 5 is in column 3. How do I know that yellow isn't there? Oh, because this can't be 4 or 5. Okay, yes. Okay, that's great. Okay, so Isabella points out something that I should have noticed but didn't. This can't be 2, so this can't be yellow. So the yellow is in one of these two cells, and so the yellow is not there, and so the yellow actually is placed here. Up in that box. So now this cell is, of course, 1, 2, 3, 6. Yes, this cell is 1, 2, 3, 6. And so now orange has to go there. Because we don't have any other places for it. So this is not a 3, 6. And so these are a 3, 6 pair now. Because we needed 3, 6s here. So this is a 4 or a 5. So this isn't a 2. This is a 3, 6 now. So this is, of course, a 4, 5, and this is a 1, because we need the 1 somewhere in the box. And so this is a 4 or 5. Yeah, this is the orange 4, 5. So this isn't a 4, because now the 4, 5 pair is in the box. So that's not the 4. So this is the other 4, 5. So almost there. Yeah, orange is in one of these two and one of these two. Let's see. I mean, I feel like almost by uniqueness, this is going to have to be yellow, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Row 1, column 3 sees 5 digits. That seems like a good thing to notice. That's not row 1, column 3. Oh, unfortunately, it is a good thing to notice, but it is a thing I had already noticed. Let's see. Is one of these combinations bad? So 4-3 seems like it might wreak havoc on these Kropke dots. Isabella points out at least a nice thing, which is one of these two is 3-6, so that makes a virtual pair with that. So this is not 3 or 6. This is 1 or 2. So 3 and 6 are down here. And what do we do now? Okay, so this is not 1, 3, or 6. Or 2. Right. Right. This digit is not 1, 3, 6. Or sorry, it's not 3 or 6 because there's a 3, 6 on a black dot. And it's not 1 because there's a 1 above it. And it's not 2 because there's a 2 on one of these black dots. And so this is a 4, 5. So it's yellow. Wow. So this is a 2, 3, 6, just to finish that up. This is yellow. That was a gorgeous spot to math Pesto there. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 6. This is from 1, 2, 3, 6. Let's see. Yes, can't be 2 here because 2 famously is not consecutive with 4 or 5. So that's my 3, 6 pair. So we do now know there will be a black dot in the solution that is not given. It's true. These two we might as well color because we know they're different. So this can be green and blue, let's say. Can we do anything with it? So that's going to be blue and that's going to be green. It means this digit's not going to be 3 or 6 for whatever that's worth. This digit's not going to be... Oh, no, it doesn't mean that. Yes, where's green on the diagonal? That's the question. Green on the diagonal can only go here. Good spot to Perla. So that is the green 3, 6. And so now we've got our 3, 6 pair on the diagonal. So this isn't 3 or 6, it's 1 or 2. And so now this isn't 1 or 2, it's the other 3, 6. So this is now the blue 3, 6. Now this isn't a 3 anymore because it's got a 3-6 pair looking at it. Where is blue going in this box? Only here. Where is green going in this box? Only here. So that's not 1 or 2. That's not 1 or 2. So green in this box is going here. That's not 1 or 2. Green is there. So that's blue. So this is a 1. So this is a 2 and a 1 and a 2. And so this is a blue 3-6. This is a 4 or 5. This is a 2 and a 1. So now this cell, just by force, because of the 1-2s looking at it, this cell has become orange. And so now orange is here. And so we've got our 3-6s already. So that's a 2, and that's a 1. And so this is a 4 or a 5. So let's see. So we're almost done our coloring. We just have to be a little bit careful. So that's a 1 and a 2. And so now we just have to, having completed our coloring, we have to note that 4 is less odd than 5, and we want to be as correct as possible, so we're going to put a 5 there and a 4 there. So we have that, like that. So 4 here is consecutive with 3, like that, and so the greens are all going to be 6s. Woohoo! Sweet puzzle. I very much appreciated that one. Very intricate, surprisingly so, but very nice. Thank you, Florian. I always enjoy your work. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm really just going to look at the list and pull up the next 6x6, but I'll be right back with another 6x6. See you in a minute. Alrighty, let's see. Maybe this will look better in the Penpa. This does look much better in Penpa. Okay, but I need to move the Zeta over here. Trick me a little bit. Alrighty, so this is by Chameleon. So this is a cube. Yes, this is... the cube is big, so the Zeta is small. Alrighty, so we need to put the digits from 1 through 9 onto every cell of all cube faces. So we need to make sure each of the 3x3s contains the digits 1 through 9. Digits cannot repeat in a row, column, or 3x3 box, and they extend across the edge. So, for example, this is a column, and this is a column, and this is a row. Sorry, that's a row. I didn't highlight it very well. Cells separated by a black dot have a ratio of 1 to 2. Cells separated by a green dot have a ratio of 1 to 3. And cells separated by a red dot have a ratio of 2 to 3. And then all dots are given. Okay, so 2 to 3 means the thing at the bottom needs to be... So this is 2 consecutive 2 to 3, so I need to be able to divide by 2 twice. That means I must be starting with 4. Because I can divide 8 by 2 twice, but if I divide 8 by 2 twice and then multiply it by 3 twice, I'm now at 18. So these outer ones here, they have to be a 4-9 pair. And so this digit in the middle has to be 6, is the point, because of the not repeating rule. Okay, and so these digits... Oh, I can't actually... I was going to fill in what those digits can be, but that's not how this puzzle works at all. Okay, so the 6 there, though, does tell me that these are from 1, 2, 4, 8, at the very least. Because if they weren't, there would need to be a 6 on here, and there isn't. let's see. This is a ratio of 1 to 3. So this isn't a 9. So yeah, there's feels like lots of options here, as far as I can tell. That's very interesting, though, because that 6 sees up to this red dot, which is beautifully pointed out. So now what is this red dot going to be? What number am I dividing by 2 and multiplying by 3 if I'm not using a 6? And so it has to be even, but it can't be 8 or 6. And it can't be 4, so it has to be 2 and 3, actually. Oops, 2 and 3. In order for this red dot to work. So therefore, that's not 2. So this isn't 1. In order to make that work. Okay, so all good stuff so far. Okay. If this is a 3, it's going to make this rather tough. Why can't green be 2, 6? Is there a reason why green can't be 2, 6? So I don't think that works. I think we do get a virtual 2-3 pair. So this cell can't be a 2 or a 3, but it already couldn't be a 2 or a 3 by the negative constraint, and then it has no other impact. So I don't think that does anything, unfortunately. I am noting we're not really paying attention to the negative constraint. So something must be going on with the negative constraint that I haven't appreciated. So I don't think I can put 6 next to either of these. I think that's one thing that's true. Because if I put a 6 next to a 3, it would be a black dot. If I put a 6 next to a 2, it would be a green dot. So these digits aren't 6. So on this face, the only places I can possibly put a 6 are these. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to corner marking those. Yeah, ditto 1, but 1 also can go there, which is why I was less excited about that. Yeah, 1 can still go in 4 places, though, unfortunately. But it is true. I can't place 1 here either. I guess I could just write what I actually can put here. So I can't put a 1. I can't put a 2 or a 3. I can put a 4 next to a 3. I can't put a 5, I can't put a 6, and then I could put a 7, 8, or 9. And those are my options for these cells, which is almost forming a bizarre quadruple in this column if I look closely at what's going on. Not quite, though. So we can pencil mark what these can be. So just these can't be 2, 3, 5, or 6. So they can be 1, not 2, 3, 4, not 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And by virtue of being next to a 6, this one can't be a 4 or a 9. So I think this one can only be 1, 7, or 8. If this is 1, 4, or 8, it's going to wreak havoc on this black dot, but that's probably okay. Welcome back, Kodak. It is a little mini cube doku. It was submitted in the 6x6 thread, which I think was fair. Card cube doku. Is there some digit we're having a hard time placing here? If this is a 6, can I somehow not fill this black dot? I could still do 1, 2, 1 for sure if this was a 6, so maybe that's not it. I mean, I guess I might as well pencil mark this this dot, as ridiculous as it is to pencil mark. And I know that this isn't 6 or 9, so this can only be 1, 2, or 3. And so this can't be 2, for example. So this is always 1, 2, or 3. Yes, it's just dots. Yeah, this is not this is just various analogs of Kropke dots. So nothing too crazy, I suppose. So here's an interesting thing. I don't think you can ever put a 1, 2, or a 3 next to each other without a dot between them. So I think this cell's actually quite restricted. So this can't be a 1, 2, or a 3, or a 4. I think it could be a 5. It can't be a 6. Then it could be a 7, 8, or a 9. Well, it's certainly not a 9, sorry. It can be a 5, 7, or 8. So the fact that I can't put 1, 2, 3s next to 1, 2, 3s means I'm not putting 1, 2, 3 there on this face. Which is interesting. So what if I don't use 2, 1, 2, 3s on this? If I only use 1, 1, 2, 3 on this dot, then I need to put 1, 2, 3s exactly in those two cells in order to finish it. So my 1, 2, 3s would need to be in exactly these 3 cells on this face. I don't know, that seems fine to me. If this were an 8... Is there a reason it can't go 8, 4, 8, Matthew? Does 8, 4, 8 break this too many places for the 6? I think the 6 would be forced here if we did that. And if this is an 8, these would both be 4, and that would be forced to be the 6. So I guess the only number I can put here where the 6 is allowed in one of these two cells is a 1. Oh, 6, 8 is 3 to 4. 6, 8 is not a... Sorry, I can put 6 next to 8. Never mind. So I can't put a 6 in either of these places. So Andrew is saying 6 is restricted. I can't put a 6 in either of these places. I can't put a 6 there. So 6 to 3 places? Is there one of these I know can't be a 6? I think the green is not 3, 9, because then the 2 would be next to a 1 or a 6. Okay, so let me look at Isabella's point. So Isabella's point is if this is 3, 9, which 2? That 2? The 2 on that face. So I don't think I can see this. So I know I can't put the 1 there. Okay, so if this is 3, 9, where does the 1 go? And so the answer is not there. And I can't put the 1 there because it would be next to the 6. So these would be a 1, 6 pair. But if this is 3, 9, so that could be a 9 with a 1 and a 3 and a 6. Oh, 1 can be next to 6. Doesn't that make this even worse? Oh, it's about 2. Okay. So we're hypothecating this is 3, 9. So 2 can't go here. In any of these cells. 2 can't go next to the 6. And so 2 is going to join the 6 as a 2, 6 pair in these two cells. And then the question is, if 2 joins the 6 as a 2, 6 pair in these two cells, where do I put the 1? And the answer is nowhere, because I can't put it next to the 2, which it will be in either of these two cells. I didn't put it on the green dot, and I can't put it next to the 2 or the 3. So I think we did all of that to make this not a 9. But I do agree. Although it's... that is pretty heinous, I have to say. But technically true. Garion says this can't be an 8 because that rules out 4 from the 4, 6, 9 combo. This is 4 and this is 8. I'm trying to understand why can't this one be 4. Sadly, we've always had that virtual 2-3 pair. Oh, it rules... Ah, right. Ha 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 ha. Wow. Okay, yes. So if this is an 8, these are both 4. That 4 sees down there. This 4 sees down there. Very good spot, Garion. Very cute. Okay, so that's not an 8. So this is now down to 2 or 4. I mean, I suspect this is one where the intended step is some super simple thing that we have missed, but that is okay. I'm noticing if this sells a 4, that sells a 4, and so then 4s get pushed into these two cells. For whatever that is worth. What else can we have? What else can we see here? The fact that this is a 2 or a 4 seems like it's supposed to tell me something, but I don't know what it's supposed to tell me. Like it tells me like this cell can't be 2 or 4, for example. But I didn't really want it to be 2 or 4 in the first place. So wait. I think Isabella's point from before... No, it's not quite. Like, so... If the 6 is not on this dot, the 2 isn't either, and then the 2, 6 do need to form a pair here. So that is interesting. So this would be 2, 6. This would be 1, 3. There are only 3, Rocky. Let's see. FGM says row 1, column 2 can't be 4. I'm just going to go ahead and guess that's row 1, column 2. As then you can't place 3 on the face. Oh no, I think this is the 4. That FGM is talking about. So if this is a 4, then that's a 9. And so then the question is, where does 3 go? So 3 can't go in any of these places. It can't go next to a 4 or a 9. This being a 4 has made that a 2, so it can't go there. And so this would have to be the 3. But 3 can't go next to 9 either. So this can't be a 4. Yeah, I think there's promise in thinking about what happens if the 6 isn't over here. Because if the 6 isn't over here, then these have become a 2-6 pair. And so, for example, 3... So this is a 1-3 pair. So the question is that world work, or is something broken? If this is a 2-6 pair, and this is a 1-3 pair. So that's a 2, that's a 3... okay, right. So that's the clever thing to say. Okay, so if the 6 is not on here, these are a 2-6, and that's a 1-3. And so this is a 1-2-3-6 quad. If the 6 is on here, that's a 6 and a 3. And now I have to put the 1 and the 2 somewhere, and the only place I can put the 1 and the 2 is over here. So FGM has it. The point is that this is always a 1-2-3-6 quadruple. Between these things. So that means that these cells are not from 1, 2, 3, 6. So they're from 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9. And some of those don't work. So, for example, that can't be a 5. Let's see. Is there literally no other eliminations from that? Because if so, that's very sad. This can't be a 4 or a 9 because it... No, it can be a 4 or a 9. I don't think there's any eliminations. I think we found a quadruple, and I don't think it does anything. That was very disappointing. Okay, Andrew wants us to go candidate hunting a bit. I'm willing to play ball with that. This can't be a 2 because 2 can't be next to 1, 3, or 6. The fact that one of these is... Oh, no, I don't know that one of those is a 6. Never mind. So we can at least trim off that. Let's see. Garion points out that this can't be a 6, because if this is a 6, these are a 1, 2, 3 triple, and then any pair of 1, 2, and 3 are going to be a problem together. In particular, 1 and 3 will, so this can't be a 6. So that's always a 1, 2, 3. So one of these is a 6, so the other one's not a 3. So these are always a 1, 6 pair. And so these are a 2, 3 pair. So that is a big improvement. This can't be a 1 anymore, because you can't put a 1 next to a 2 or a 3. So now the 1... This can't be a 1, because there's a 1 in the row. So the 1 on this face is now in only 2 places, which are those 2. Should I be looking at, like, is there a specific reason why, like, 1 here would break? I don't know. Okay, so... Afraid Not says if this is a 4, this now can't be a 2 or 8. So if this is a 4, that's a 1, and that's a 2. Which makes that a 3. Where is it going to break? I don't quite see the breaking yet. I was all excited. It forces a lot, I agree, but sadly I did not get to the part where it broke. Let's see. So these are either, so this is Andrew's point. These are either 2, 6 or 1, 3. And 9 can't go next to 2, 6 or 1, 3. So Andrew's point is neither of these are 9. So 9 now in one of 2 places. And the same thing is true of 4. If it were 2, 6, the 4 couldn't be next to the 2. And if it were 1, 3... No, 4 can be next to 1, 3. 1, 3 is fine for 4. I don't think that's true. Okay, let's see. FGM says if this is a 4, then there's no place for 3 on the face. I'm not quite sure where you're saying there's no place for 3. Let's see. So Garion is looking at what happens if this is 4-8. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, if this is 4-8, it just breaks. Because if this is 4-8, then remember this is 9, so I can't put my 4 or 8 in any of these cells, and so these become a 4-8 pair. Wait, why is this broken again? I thought I saw it when I was articulating it, but now I don't. Now I don't see why this is broken. If you use 4-8, okay, so let's try this again. So if this is 4-8, oh, okay, it's the way I saw it the first time. Okay, I saw it right the first time, and then I corrected. If this is 4-8, this is a 9, so this is the 4. But now the 8 is going in one of these two cells, so that doesn't work. That's the point. So if this is 4-8, the thing the first time I saw it, I was right and was like, oh, that's beautiful, and then tricked myself and talked myself out of it. If this is 4-8, that's a 9, so this is a 4, but now I can't put 4 on this face at all. Sorry, I can't put 8 on this face at all. So there's no... Yes, I tricked you. I accept responsibility for this. So no 8 in that cell. Which means one of these has to be a 2. FGM points out. One of these has to be a 2, which finally gives us, this is a 3. Which gives us, that's a 2 and a 6 and a 1. So that's not a 6 anymore, at least. 6 can't, so the 6 is now in one of these two, and 6 can't go next to 4. So that's not a 4 anymore. This is only a 1 or an 8. That's right. This 2 looks up and makes that a 3 and a 2. This can't be a 9 anymore because it's next to 3. So the only place a 9 can go now is here, Nicholas points out. So that's a 9 and that's a 4, which makes that a 2 and a 1 and a 1. So we've got all of that. Yeah, 9 can't be next to this cell because 9 can't be next to 3. 4 sees the top face, says those aren't 4. I agree. 4 can't be next to 2 or 6. 4 can't be here. Or here, because both of those are next to those. Okay, so those aren't 4, that's not 4, so that is 4, as Isabella says. 4 can't be next to 8, so that's a 7. Let's see. So these are 1, 2. We've got a we need a 3, we need a 4, we need a 5, we need a 6, 7, we need an 8, and we need a 9. Okay, that one I know is not 9 by Sudoku. It's not 8 by black dottage. This one's not 3 by lack of dottage. This one's not 3 by lack of dottage. Why do I have too many digits? What did I screw up here? This is too many digits. Oh, because there's already a 4 on the face. Good lord. So that is an 8. It's like, this is too many things. Okay, so this is a 3. Okay, so so we've got our 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I guess I probably should just mark up this face. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But we've already got the 5. Sorry, we've only got 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 to place. I know that's not a 6. Does the 4 see? The 4 sees that one. 6 can be next to any of these numbers, unfortunately. 3 can't go next to 9, though, so that's a 5 and a 9. So that's going to knock 9 out of all of those. That's a 7, 8 pair now, which makes that a 6. Okay, that's going to do it, I think. So these aren't 7, 8 anymore. That one's not 6. Da, 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 da. Eight on the right face. Oh, yes, 8 looks right. Okay, yeah, the 8 Sudoku looks right. So that makes that an 8, which makes that a 7 and an 8. That 7 makes that a 5 and a 7. And that 8 makes that a 9 and a 4. Woo, boy, that was tough. Very tricky puzzle. I feel like this is a great idea for a puzzle. Like, I would like to see more of these, but I would like to see them be less grindy than this one was. This one was a little... I might be better at doing this if I had done a few simpler ones first. It's not clear to me if... It's not clear to me if this was so hard because I'm just not used to scanning this monster, or if this was difficult because of the other things. But I think this needed a little gentler warm-up. But very cool idea, and as always, Chameleon's second to none at implementing these bizarre things in I don't even know, in whatever web language is being used. So very, very cool. I liked that. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed it overall. But now I have to go eat dinner. So thank you to all of you for joining me. If you are new and you have not yet subscribed, please do so. If you've been here for a bit and you haven't liked the stream, please do so. Sorry, Afraid Not. Sometimes I start at the bottom, sometimes I start at the top, sometimes I start in the middle. I will get to it, though, I promise. So anyway, thanks, everyone, for hanging out. This was awesome. If you'd like to support the stream, you can do so by clicking join down below. I stream for about 50 hours a month, and you can support for as little as $5 a month. So if that is a favorable ratio and you'd like to support, by all means, please do so. You get cool stuff, like you get the green name that lots of people are showing off. You get the Zach emotes and all that kind of stuff. So if you'd be interested in doing that, by all means, please do. We really do appreciate it. Thank you to Xendari for becoming a windmill. So Xendari now gets to vote on what puzzles we do at the start of stream, which I think is a cool thing that we offer supporters. But anyway, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you to my super supporter turbines, David, Michael, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, and Andreas. Thank you very much. I'm going to go eat a lovely salmon dinner, so I will see you all later. Have a great day. Bye for now.